Chapter 1704 End of the Dragon God Festival. Chapter 1704 End of the Dragon God Festival. Once the Dragon God's vengeance helped him absorb some of the Dragon God's blood essence, Yuan no longer felt like he was expanding uncontrollably. However, he was still having trouble refining it. The Dragon God stared at the Dragon God's vengeance with a profound expression, his gaze sharp and intense, almost as if he were trying to stare a hole into it. Although he couldn't see inside the Dragon God's vengeance, he was sure it contained a powerful soul, one strong enough to cancel out his divine sense. While the Dragon God hadn't used his full strength in his initial attempt to peer inside the spear, he had no intention of trying again. He didn't want to risk angering the being within, and he had a strong sense that even with his full power, the outcome would remain unchanged. Meanwhile, Wuxia also struggled to refine the Dragon God's blood essence. While she was strong enough to endure its overwhelming energy, she quickly realized that she would need far longer than a month to refine the blood essence fully. However, she didn't give up and tried her best. "Hey, isn't that considered cheating?" one of the onlookers suddenly commented after witnessing everything. "You literally just spoke my mind. Using a treasure to assist you is outright cheating." "But was there a rule that prohibited them from using treasures?" someone asked. "No, and the Dragon God didn't immediately disqualify him, so it must be within the rules." The onlookers began debating with each other on the legality of Yuan using the Dragon God's vengeance to assist him in refining the Dragon God's blood essence. Although it was not explicitly stated, using external treasures during this trial was certainly against the rules. However, the Dragon God did not consider the Dragon God's vengeance an external treasure for one simple reason, because it was directly connected to Yuan's soul. In that sense, it was more a part of his body than a separate item, making it an exception. Having said that, even if Yuan cheated a little, the Dragon God wouldn't have minded. After all, it was unreasonable to expect a human at Yuan's cultivation level to refine his blood essence in the first place. 2 weeks later, progress, 11%, progress, 50%. Although the Dragon God's blood essence had been completely refined, Yuan had only managed to refine a portion of it, with the Dragon God's vengeance refining the majority of it. "Congratulations, you have won, becoming this year's Dragon God Festival winner." The Dragon God approached him shortly after he finished. Yuan pulled the Dragon God's vengeance out of his chest and looked at it with a pondering face before asking, "Doesn't this count as cheating since I didn't technically refine your blood essence myself?" The Dragon God smiled. "You're an honest one, huh? Don't worry, it's fine. I doubt anyone else would be able to replicate what you did even with the help of treasures." Yuan nodded. He turned to look at Wuxia the next moment. She was still trying to refine the blood essence, and her entire body was bulging with veins. The Dragon God suddenly turned his gaze toward her, making a swift grasping motion. In an instant, he forcefully ejected his blood essence from her body. Even if a blood essence had been absorbed, as long as it hadn't been fully refined, it could still be retrieved. Afterward, Wuxia immediately began gasping for air, her complexion as pale as a ghost. Despite her alarming appearance, she was merely exhausted and not physically injured. After catching her breath, she turned to look at Yuan and then the Dragon God. "I see, so I lost, huh?" she muttered in a bitter voice. Wuxia struggled to get on her feet before limping toward Yuan. "In 1 month, no, we will have our match in 1 week, she said with a fierce gaze. Yuan then said, "I don't mind delaying it a little so you can recover properly. This kind of injury will heal within days, and I want to fight you as soon as possible." He nodded. "If you insist, we will fight in a week. Meet me at the Endless Arena exactly a week from now," she said. "I understand." After receiving Yuan's confirmation, Wuxia disappeared into thin air. "As the Dragon God Festival winner, you have earned 1 wish." "Tell me your wish," said the Dragon God a moment later. Yuan stared at him in the eyes and spoke in a clear and calm voice. "I want to borrow the sacred chalice of purification. I need to bring it outside the divine dragon sanctuary." The Dragon God didn't immediately respond, but his eyes were wide with disbelief. That's your wish? You can have almost anything, you know?" The Dragon God almost couldn't believe how simple Yuan's wish was and had to double-check. I don't need anything else. I just need to borrow the sacred chalice of purification, Yuan repeated. The dragon god fell silent again. Sometime later, he sighed, if that's your wish, so be it. However, rather than just letting you borrow it, I'll let you keep it. The sacred chalice of purification is a powerful treasure that can remove almost any curse out there. The dragon god made a swift grasping motion toward a specific direction. Moments later, a beautiful golden chalice materialized in his hand, adorned with two lifelike dragons swimming around the cup. He handed the treasure to Yuan the next moment. Sacred chalice of purification, grade, celestial, quality, peak, description, a treasure of unknown origins. It has the power to remove almost all curses. Feed the chalice a drop of blood from the target to remove their curses. Thank you. Yuan immediately tossed the chalice inside his spatial ring. Now that the Dragon God Festival is over, I would like to have a private word with you. It's related to the soul within that spear of yours. The Dragon God suddenly said. Chapter 1705 Dragon Goddess Yeyou's Origin. Chapter 1705 Dragon Goddess Yeyou's Origin. You want to talk about the soul inside my spear? Yuan looked at the dragon god's serious expression and swallowed nervously. Noticing his nervous look, the dragon god said, "Don't worry, it's not what you're thinking. I just want to confirm something that has been weighing my mind for some time now." Yuan nodded, "All right." The dragon god created a rift between them and stepped inside it. Yuan followed. The primal monarch, who had been silent this entire time, also followed them. After emerging from the other side of the rift, Yuan found himself in the dragon god's personal world. Strangely, it looked exactly like the infinite expanse, with vast stretches of empty space all around. They stood on a floating rock, slowly drifting through the void. The dragon god looked at the primal monarch and sighed. "What part of private conversation don't you understand, primal monarch? Are you still worried that I might harm him or something? I also want to confirm something." "Don't mind me and just have your conversation," he calmly said. Yuan then said, "Before that, I have a question for you, Dragon God." "What is it?" "Did you purposefully match Long Yeyou against Long Wuxia?" he asked with a serious expression on his face. The Dragon God smiled and replied, "I had nothing to do with their match. It was truly purely coincidence that they were matched up against each other. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Since you're such good friends with Long Yeyou, let me tell you something. Long Yeyou has already reincarnated." "What? Is that true?" Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement. "Yes. Not only that, but he's even reincarnated in the human world." "Huh?" Yuan was taken aback by this information. "You mean he reincarnated in the 9 heavens? Are you sure?" "Yes, I am certain. I watched him leave the primal expanse after his death." Yuan clenched his fists with excitement. Brother Yeyou reincarnated in the 9 heavens. This is great news. He decided to find Long Yeyou once he returned to the 9 heavens. "Now then, let me ask you a few questions." The dragon god said. "That soul living inside your spear, what is their identity?" "I'm not sure I can reveal her identity without her permission." "Then, can you tell me if she is a dragon or not?" "She's a dragon." Yuan nodded. The dragon god fell silent for a moment before looking Yuan in the eyes and asking, "Do you think I can have a word with her?" "You want to speak with her? Why?" Yuan asked with a puzzled expression. "I think I know her," he said in a sincere voice. Yuan began pondering. If Feng originated from the primal expanse, it's likely dragon goddess Yeyou also came from this world. "Let me ask her." Yuan retrieved the dragon god's vengeance and spoke to it. "The dragon god would like to speak with you. Can you come out for a moment?" Silence. "Sorry, but I don't think." Just as Yuan opened his mouth, the dragon god's vengeance trembled, and dragon goddess Yeyou materialized before them. Yuan immediately noticed that she looked a lot more complete than before. Is this due to the dragon god's blood essence? He wondered inwardly. "As I thought, it was you." Dragon God muttered after seeing Dragon Goddess Yeyou with his own eyes. Do you remember me? He asked, his voice emotional. I do, but I only regained my memories of the Primal Expanse recently, she responded in a nonchalant voice. Why are you in that state? Dragon God then asked. Dragon Goddess Yeyou remained silent. I never thought I would see you again, sister, Dragon God continued speaking. What? Yuan's eyes widened with shock after hearing the word sister come out of the Dragon God's mouth. Dragon God looked at him and smiled. Yes, that's right. She's my sister, my twin sister. However, having said that, we were originally one being. Yuan wore a puzzled look on his face. We were the Dragon God, a single being. However, we eventually split into two, becoming two different individuals, he explained. How does something like that even work? Yuan asked. We were two souls born into a single body, so we don't share the same mind, the Dragon God further explained. Because of that, we were able to split ourselves into two and have our own bodies. However, in doing so, we also split our talents and prowess in half. Yuan was shocked by this information, as this meant that the Dragon God and Dragon Goddess Yeyou only had half of their original strength. Yet, they were still able to stand at the peak of their respective world. How powerful would they become if they returned to being a single being again? Would they surpass even the Primal Monarch? Yuan wondered as he glanced at the Primal Monarch. As if he could read Yuan's mind, the Primal Monarch said, No, they won't. I have defeated them even before they split into two. That was billions of years ago. Things might be different now. Dragon God rebuked. He then stopped paying attention to the Primal Monarch and returned to looking at Dragon Goddess Yeyou. Now that you've returned to the Primal Expanse, will you stay? I can help heal your damaged soul and restore your body, he asked. No, I still have unfulfilled business. Also, I left this place for a reason. I see, at least I got to see you again, as brief as it may be. Dragon Goddess Yeyou suddenly turned to look at Yuan, her gaze seemingly demanding something from him. How long do you plan on ignoring me? You should have regained most of your memories by now. Are you still going to act like you don't know why I'm upset? She asked. Yuan suddenly became silent. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they flickered with a profound light, and his entire demeanor shifted. It was as if a deep, ancient soul had awakened within him, transforming his presence entirely. I wasn't pretending, nor am I ignoring you. I just didn't want to bother you before I figured out how to make it up to you, Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. I'm sorry, Yeyou. Yuan dropped the formalities, calling her directly by her name. Humph, she sneered. Chapter 1706 Their Relationship. Chapter 1706 Their Relationship. What's your relationship with my sister? The Dragon God inquired as he stared at Yuan with raised eyebrows. She's my follower. Yuan stopped mid-sentence as Dragon Goddess Yeyou shot him a dangerous glare, her eyes warning him not to continue. Ahem. Yuan quickly cleared his throat before correcting himself, she's my lover. Hearing this unexpected answer, the Dragon God's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets from shock. The Dragon God turned to look at Dragon Goddess Yeyou for confirmation. Although Dragon Goddess Yeyou appeared nonchalant at a glance, her eyes flickered with delight. No way. The Dragon God could feel his knees weakening. He had never felt so weak and vulnerable before. How did it happen? He asked a moment later. Dragon Goddess Yeyou frowned and said, Stop inquiring. It's none of your business, anyway. How can you say that to your twin brother? What if the two of you produce another Dragon God's descendant? We may have split, but we're both still considered Dragon God. Dragon Goddess Yeyou sneered, even if we do, it's still none of your business. The Dragon God wore a shocked look on his face before asking in a trembling voice, Don't tell me, you already have a child? Dragon Goddess Yu's body trembled in anger. You're lucky I don't have a physical body to beat you up right now. She growled. The dragon god stopped joking and became serious. Speaking of your condition, what happened? Dragon goddess Yeyou ignored him and looked at Yuan instead. Do you remember your last moments, how you died? She asked. Yuan closed his eyes and responded, not everything. It's still a little fuzzy, but I can make out the silhouette of several inhuman figures, and I was engaged in a fight with them. Then forget it. We can talk about this once you remember. You can't just tell me? If you want to risk your soul shattering, I don't mind telling you. Yuan's eyes widened at her words. Why would telling me have such a dangerous risk? There exists forbidden knowledge which could trigger something akin to a curse or heavenly law if you reveal them to someone who doesn't have the authority or capability to hear it, she explained. It's like teaching a mortal an immortal technique so profound that it overwhelms and collapses their mind. I see. Yuan muttered with a look of understanding. Well, I'll eventually remember. By the way, Yeyou, what are you doing inside this soul weapon? He asked her next. And do you know what happened to the others? We were with you when you died. Some of us perished alongside you, but some survived. I barely survived with my soul. After escaping, I met with the dragon ancestor, who placed me inside this unoccupied soul weapon. Yuan clenched his fists after hearing that some of the 9 divine supremes had perished. Do you know who died and who survived? He asked. Dragon goddess Yeyou pondered for a moment before responding. As far as I know, Crimson Terror, Heavenly White Tiger God, Divine Yin-Yang Crane, and the Shadow Dweller all perished. Right, that dumb pigeon, Feng, also died. Yuan's heart felt a squeezing pain after hearing that 5 of the 9 divine supremes had perished. Although Feng died, shall eventually reincarnate. As for the others, I'm not so sure. It might be possible if their souls weren't destroyed during that battle. As for the Shadow Dweller, their race is a little unique, so I don't know what happened to her. About Xingrui. I know that she is currently drifting somewhere out there in the starry sky, probably starving and consuming stars like before. I need to find her as soon as possible. Yuan revealed what he knew about the Eater of Stars situation. If you can restore my body, I can look for her, Dragon Goddess Yeyou said. Yuan turned to look at the dragon god and spoke. You said you can help her restore her body? How? I can create another body from scratch for her, but that will take time, especially if she wants it to be as strong as before, he said. How long, exactly? Hard to say, but it'll definitely take at least 100 million years. Yuan fell silent. There was no way he could wait that long. Do you have another idea? Yuan looked at Dragon Goddess Yeyou. If you bring me back to my world, I will be able to create another body using the resources there, and it won't take more than a few years, she said. Where is your world? And why didn't you ask the dragon ancestor to bring you there before? Because he cannot access it. Only you and I have access. However, I am unable to access it in my current condition. Are you sure I'll be able to access it? I have been reincarnated. I'm sure. The key to my world is the 9 dragon symbols within your body. You have it, no? Yuan's eyes widened at her words and muttered, so you're the source of the 9 dragon symbols? Dragon Goddess Yeyou suddenly frowned and angrily said, You don't remember? So you have no idea what the 9 dragon symbols represent? Sorry. I am still missing bits and pieces of my memories. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. After shouting bewilderedly, Dragon Goddess Yeyou abruptly returned to the dragon god's vengeance. Wait. What about your world? Where can I find it? I don't remember. Yuan hastily asked. No response. Dragon Goddess Yeyou has returned to ignoring him. She's a handful, am I right? She was like that when we were a single being. I couldn't handle it, so I suggested we have our own bodies. The dragon god chuckled. Yuan merely showed a bittersweet smile. He didn't dare to respond to the dragon god, fearing it angered Dragon Goddess Yeyou even more. Anyway, it's about time I leave, Yuan said a moment later. What about your match with my eldest daughter? he inquired with raised eyebrows. I'll return for it once I deal with my business, Yuan said. Make sure you do. I don't want to see her going on a rampage when you don't show up, he said with a stiff smile. Chapter 1707 Returning to the Eternal Phoenix Domain. Chapter 1707 Returning to the Eternal Phoenix Domain. Can you bring me back to the Eternal Phoenix Domain now? Yuan looked at the Primal Monarch. Eternal Phoenix Domain? How are you related to those annoying birds? Dragon God inquired with a raised eyebrow. My companion is waiting for me there, he said. Does it have something to do with your wish? Yes. I need the treasure to get rid of her curse. Ah. Can you bring me back to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary first? I also have a friend waiting for me there. Yuan quickly said, nearly forgetting about Yingzi. The Dragon God nodded. While he had problems with the Eternal Phoenix Domain and Primordial Phoenix, he wasn't unreasonable enough to cause trouble for someone purely because they had connections to the phoenixes there. Yuan returned to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary shortly after. He was teleported directly to Yingzi's location. Congratulations on winning the Dragon God Festival, Yingzi said to him. Thank you. Look. It's the Primal Monarch's descendant. The nearby beings quickly noticed him and began gathering around him. We're going to return now, Yuan said to Yingzi. A rift appeared before them the next moment. Yuan and Yingzi stepped inside it, disappearing from the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. The others tried to follow, but the rift closed before anyone else could enter it. Meanwhile, when Yuan emerged from the other side, he was already inside the Primordial Phoenix's world. The place was initially empty, but a bewildered voice resounded shortly after they appeared. Seriously? You're just going to waltz into my personal world like that? The Primordial Phoenix appeared before them the next moment with a displeased expression on her face. That old booger sent me here when I told him I wanted to return. I never specified where, to. Yuan immediately expressed his innocence. However, the Primordial Phoenix was silent, and she was staring at him with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. What have you been doing for the last 2 years? The Primordial Phoenix asked, as she was greatly shocked by how much stronger had gotten in such a short time. He's essentially a different person. And he reeks of dragon scent even while in his human form. A lot has happened, but I will not get into it. Here, this is what you asked for. Yuan retrieved the sacred chalice of purification and showed it to her. Wow, you actually managed to acquire it? How did you do it? Do you know of the Dragon God Festival? I have heard about it. Something about the winner will have their wish granted by the Dragon God. Well, I won it and wished for the sacred chalice of purification. He gave her a brief explanation of how he acquired the treasure. Is that so? The Primordial Phoenix wasn't familiar with the specifics of the Dragon God Festival, but she had heard of its notorious difficulty. I heard that almost any wish could be granted. To think he'd use such a precious opportunity just to save my daughter. Primordial Phoenix looked at Yuan in a different light. She accepted the sacred chalice of purification and said, give me a week, a month at most to remove the curse. Yuan nodded and said, I'll return to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary in the meantime. I still have some business left there. I'll be back after a week or so. Do whatever you want. Yuan returned to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary shortly after and waited for his appointment with Long Wuqing to arrive. As the days passed, beings from all over the Divine Dragon Sanctuary gathered around the endless arena to witness Yuan's fight with Long Wuqing. The Dragon God even decided to broadcast it throughout the territory. Who do you think will win? Although the human has won the Dragon God Festival, he has almost no chance to defeat the unrivaled tyrant in an actual fight. The unrivaled tyrant is too overpowered. There's no way she'll lose to a human. I don't know about that. If you watched how he dealt with Hellfire Dragon, you wouldn't say that with such confidence. Even 100 Hellfire Dragons cannot compare to a single unrivaled tyrant. Time passed swiftly, and the moment for Yuan and Long Wuqing's highly anticipated match had finally arrived. Long Wuqing arrived in her petite human form, the one she saved Yuan in. Have you recovered? Yuan asked her. Yes, I have made a complete recovery, she calmly nodded. So, any rules before we begin? He continued. Since this is only a spar, I don't think we should seriously aim for each other's throat. Of course, accidents could happen, but that's different from purposefully aiming for the heart. Yuan nodded, I agree. I don't wish to turn this into a death match. Next, I will lower my cultivation to match yours. Long Wuxia lowered her cultivation to the perfect chaotic master. Do you have anything to add to the rules? She asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's set the time limit to 7 days. Also, to make this more interesting, we'll each have 3 lives. How will that work? She raised an eyebrow. While I won't die even if you destroy my heart, we'll still consider that as a death, he explained. I see. I can do that, Long Wuxia responded confidently. In an instant, she summoned 3 thin barriers around her body, each one perfectly conforming to her figure, outlining her form with precision. Each barrier will represent 1 life. If you manage to destroy all 3 at once, I'll consider it my loss, she said. Whenever you're ready. Long Wuxia said a moment later. Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven. Ready. The instant Yuan uttered those words, Long Wuxia opened her mouth and released a massive dragon's breath that completely engulfed Yuan's figure. The output and strength of her dragon's breath were at least 10 times stronger than the one Long Yeyou released while sparring with Yuan with his suppressed cultivation. Guess I wasn't completely ready, Yuan said after escaping the dragon's breath, but not before dying once to it. Chapter 1708 Fighting Long Wuxia. Chapter 1708 Fighting Long Wuxia. Hey, stop messing around and fight me seriously. You don't have the leisure to hold back against me. Just come at me with your full strength. Long Wuxia said to him with a disappointed frown on her face. This was the first time she faced an opponent who didn't immediately go all out against her. It was a weird feeling being on the receiving end since she would often be the one to hold back. Sorry, it's a bad habit of mine to slowly ramp things up as I get used to my opponent's strength. Yuan apologized. He was used to slowly increasing his strength to match his opponent so he wouldn't end the fight too quickly. However, Long Wuxia was an opponent who could easily fight someone several realms above her own strength, just like Yuan. That said, I can also say the same for you. Yuan said, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. He entered his dragon transformation and abruptly unleashed heaven-splitting sword strike on Long Wuxia, instantly engulfing her body. However, Long Wuxia didn't try to escape from his strike and stood still until the very end. Once heaven-splitting sword strike ended, Yuan could see that one of the 3 barriers around Long Wuxia was heavily cracked. You're right. I should probably heed my own advice. As an apology, I'll give you one of my lives. Long Wuxia swung her arm, destroying the cracked barrier. You really didn't need to do that. Well, it's done now, so there's no point lingering on it. Long Wuxia's aura suddenly intensified and began surging toward the clouds. Not only did she release her full presence, but she also transformed, causing iridescent, rainbow-colored scales to appear across her body, shimmering with powerful and otherworldly energy. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Long Wuxia, a sublime elemental dragon, the eldest of the dragon god's descendants. I am Yuan, a human. After their greeting, Yuan and Long Wuxia clashed with each other, their collusion sending powerful shockwaves in every direction. If the dragon god hadn't covered the endless arena with a barrier to prevent their destruction from spreading too far, the nearby beings would have been affected by the shockwaves of their energy clashing. Although their cultivation was only at the perfect chaotic master, their prowess far exceeded their cultivation by several realms. In reality, they were displaying the strength of a perfect chaotic king, a power comparable to the divine ancestor realm in human cultivation. 9 supreme swords. 9 dragons purgatory. Immortal rending sword strike. Tyrant's grand sunder. Yuan and Long Wuxia continued exchanging techniques for several hours without pause, each move met with equal skill and power, with neither gaining an advantage over the other. The onlookers were absolutely gobsmacked by the spectacle. None of them had ever seen Long Wuxia locked in a stalemate before, much less struggling to overpower her opponent. However, Yuan and Long Wuxia suddenly stopped moving after half a day of fighting. "Hey, what do you think?" Long Wuxia asked him with a suggestive smile on her face. "I think neither of us will be able to truly go all out because we don't want to kill each other." "That's obvious. I'm asking what you think about tossing that rule out of the window and we fight each other to the death, without actually fighting to the death?" "I don't mind," he said. Then Long Wuxia removed the barriers around her and transformed again, entering her true dragon form, an iridescent colored dragon with 6 beautiful wings on her back. To match her increased size, Yuan activated God of War's astral arts, enhancing its prowess with chaotic essence. "This is more like it." Ha ha ha. Long Wuxia laughed out loud as they resumed their fight. However, Yuan was not done yet, and he retrieved Dragon God's vengeance, wielding it in his left hand while using number 1 under heaven in his right. Long Wuxia narrowed her eyes at the Dragon God's vengeance, her instinct sensing something unpleasant about it. Yuan's eyes flickered viciously, and he suddenly lunged the Dragon God's vengeance at Long Wuxia. Long Wuxia's instincts warned her not to touch the spear, so she avoided it. Not giving her any time to breathe, Yuan attacked with number 1 under heaven next. Long Wuxia used her claws to block the strike, but even with her durable scales, Yuan was able to leave behind somewhat deep scratches on them. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the damage he could inflict on her, even with enhanced sword aura. As the fight continued, Long Wuxia began pushing Yuan back slowly but surely. If he hadn't received a boost in power from the Dragon God Festival, he wouldn't have been able to last more than 10 minutes against Long Wuxia. Suddenly, Yuan's eyes flickered. Dragon's gaze. However, he didn't stop there and also used Immortal Monarch's Dominion at the same time. Halt. Although Yuan's efforts didn't stop Long Wuxia for even a second, they weren't in vain. He managed to make her flinch, distracting her for a split second. In that brief moment, he seized the opportunity and controlled the Dragon God's vengeance to strike her from behind. The Dragon God's vengeance barely penetrated her scales and drew a drop of blood from her. Long Wuxia instantly felt something had changed within her, but she wasn't sure what. "What did you do just now?" she inquired. "It's nothing much. I just sealed your bloodline," he answered truthfully. "Oh, I see." Long Wuxia's bland response caused Yuan to raise an eyebrow. "That's all you have to say?" Long Wuxia chuckled and said, "Do you even know anything about my bloodline? It only helps my training, allowing me to master all elements with ease. Even if you seal it, it won't have any effect on my ability to fight, as my prowess does not come from my bloodline." Seriously? Yuan was dumbfounded by this revelation. Chapter 1709 True Dragon Awakening. Chapter 1709 True Dragon Awakening. Honestly, even though I've suppressed my cultivation to match your cultivation, I still have a major advantage against you. Unlike others, I can only weaken my physique so much, not to mention the vast amount of chaotic essence within my body. Suppressing my cultivation doesn't make my chaotic essence magically disappear either. Long Wuxia said. However, Yuan smiled and said, "To be honest, I am still not going all out. It's hard to get rid of habits, unfortunately." As he finished his sentence, immense killing intent began oozing from Yuan's body, forming 2 beautiful red and black wings on his back. Although releasing his killing intent didn't directly enhance his power, it put him in the right mindset to fight seriously. My. That's some impressive bloodlust. How many people did you have to kill to build up such intense killing intent? Long Wuxia showed a somewhat nervous smile after sensing Yuan's killing intent. Despite her experience, she had never felt such intense killing intent before. Who knows? Do you count every single ant you accidentally stepped on? Not only did Yuan's aura shift, but his entire demeanor transformed as well, becoming cold and emotionless, almost resembling that of a ruthless, crazed killer. Is that the real you? Long Wuxia asked out of curiosity. It's one of me. No matter how much killing intent you show off, it won't change the outcome, she said. A cold smile crept across Yuan's face as a mask resembling a dragon materialized, similar to the one Long Yeyou had worn during their battle. Its fierce design added an even more intimidating edge to his presence. True dragon awakening. Yuan's presence suddenly became several-fold stronger. Sha! A powerful black-colored sword light flashed when Yuan suddenly swung number 1 under heaven. The sword light struck Long Wuqing's leg, cutting through her scales and skin. Long Wuqing's eyes widened with surprise. To think you were still hiding this much power. You sly little bastard, she muttered in a cold voice. The true fight starts here, Wuqing. Yuan shouted as he lunged at her. Is that so? Long Wuqing's aura increased again right before they clashed. Just like Yuan, she hadn't gone all out until now. However, even when using all of her strength, Long Wuqing quickly realized that she was still falling behind Yuan, and it was not by a small margin. I am losing? This can't be happening. Long Wuqing clenched her jaws in frustration. Other than the dragon god, she had never lost to anyone, always dominating her opponents with overwhelming strength. Yet, she now found herself being pushed back by a mere human, something she had never thought was even possible. Azura's blade of execution. Yuan used his chaotic essence to enhance the technique, causing it to emit a vibrant purple aura that radiated with unfathomably destructive energy. Long Wuqing sensed her life being threatened for the first time in a long time when she saw the ominous-looking blade in the sky. However, her pride did not allow her to avoid this attack. Thus, she confronted it with dragon's breath. The Azura's blade of execution flew toward Long Wuqing with terrifying speed, effortlessly slicing through her dragon's breath as it made its way toward her. Upon realizing she couldn't stop the attack, Long Wuqing was forced to toss aside her pride and attempt to dodge the blade. However, it was a little too late. A massive wound opened up near her chest, but no blood emerged. With full control over her body, Long Wuqing used her chaotic essence to prevent any blood from leaking. What is this feeling? Even though I am losing and getting hurt, it doesn't feel that bad. Long Wuqing thought to herself as she quickly healed her wound. Still want to continue? Yuan asked her. Are you seriously asking me that? Once her wound healed, Long Wuqing charged at Yuan again. They continued fighting non-stop for the next several days. Every time Long Wuqing suffered damage, the strange sensation within her grew stronger, becoming more pronounced with each blow she endured. I can't believe it. The unrivaled tyrant is actually being tossed around by a human. Is it just me, or does she appear to be enjoying it? How is that possible? There's no way she'd enjoy losing when she's always been the one bullying others. She must be feeling humiliated. Is that so? Although a few onlookers pointed it out, nobody wanted to believe that Long Wuqing was enjoying her situation. After all, she was the unrivaled tyrant, the uncontrollable monster who has terrorized the divine dragon sanctuary for billions of years. More. Harder. I can't get enough of this feeling. Long Wuqing could no longer control herself and shouted loudly. Huh. The onlookers stared at her with bewildered looks. Who knew getting hurt would feel so good? Hurt me some more. Long Wuqing exclaimed, her expression a mixture of pleasure and pain. Yuan was taken aback by Long Wuqing's sudden shift in behavior, which messed with his momentum greatly. Although I've felt pain before, the pain you inflict is different. Long Wuqing continued. I can feel it down to my very bones every time your sword cuts my flesh. Long Wuqing's body could be seen visibly trembling. More. 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 She shouted, chasing after Yuan, seemingly having lost all desire to continue the fight, driven by an insatiable urge instead. Yuan also lost his desire to continue fighting after seeing Long Wuqing in this state. He withdrew his weapons and undid his transformation. Let's end it here, he sighed. What? No. Let's fight a little longer, she exclaimed, sounding like a spoiled child who didn't want to leave the amusement park to go home yet. Yuan rubbed his eyes and said, "We've been fighting for 9 days, so we already went over the time limit by 2 whole days. If you want to continue, you can find somebody else. I have other business to attend to." Chapter 17:10 Long Wuqing's Mark. Chapter 17:10 Long Wuqing's Mark. No. The others aren't capable of injuring me even if I match their cultivation, and I am not the type to purposefully let someone beat me. Long Wuqing said, responding to his suggestion. "Come on, let's fight for another week, even another day will be enough." Yuan shook his head and said, "I have already lost all desire to fight. If you want to fight, we can do it another time. You promise?" Yuan nodded, but he wasn't sure he would be able to fulfill this promise anytime soon. After all, he will be returning to the 9 heavens soon, and it might be a really long time before he visits the Primal Expanse again. Moreover, there was the possibility that he might never return. However, he had no intention of letting Long Wuqing know of this. She's someone who's lived for billions of years. I'm sure a few thousand, or even a few million years mean nothing to her. Yuan thought. As if to acknowledge their promise, Long Wuqing returned to her human form and stopped suppressing her cultivation. Right after she entered her human form, Long Wuqing approached Yuan and abruptly grasped his neck with her hand. "What are you?" Just as Yuan opened his mouth to speak, Long Wuqing suddenly pulled him toward her, pressing her lips firmly against his in a bold, unexpected move. Yuan didn't even bother trying to escape and accepted his fate because he knew that he wouldn't be able to escape Long Wuqing with her full cultivation even if he had access to heaven's supremacy. Marked? What is this? Yuan wondered inwardly after seeing this notification. "I've just placed a mark on you, so I will know where you are at all times," she said after releasing him. "Why do you want to know where I am at all times?" he asked with raised eyebrows. "Just in case," she calmly said. "In case of what?" "Who knows," she shrugged. "But why a kiss?" "I thought humans liked that sort of thing." "Don't think too much about it. The mark won't harm you or affect you in any way," she reassured him. "That's not why, forget it." Yuan realized it was pointless to argue with Long Wuqing. "Anyway, I am going to leave now." "Where are you going?" she asked out of curiosity. Yuan didn't immediately respond as he pondered whether it would be a good idea to tell someone eccentric like Long Wuqing. He didn't mind telling the Dragon God because he was confident the Dragon God wouldn't do anything foolish. Long Wuqing, on the other hand, was almost impossible to predict. Seeing that Yuan remained silent, Long Wuqing smiled and said, "Are you going to meet with a phoenix?" Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "How can you tell?" "Before we fought, I noticed the lingering scent of a phoenix from you," she explained. After all, Yuan was just speaking with the primordial phoenix before he returned to the divine dragon sanctuary. "I see. Yes, I am going to the eternal phoenix domain," he admitted, realizing there was no point in trying to hide it any longer. "You hesitated to tell me at first because what? You thought I would do something to them?" "No, it's because I didn't know what you would do. That is my reason." "Makes sense, and I don't blame you," she said and continued, "While I have nothing against phoenixes, they definitely hate me. They would attack me on sight, regardless if I provoked them or not." Why? Yuan asked with a curious face. "Because I killed a phoenix whose status is akin to one of the dragon god's descendants over there. She was the primordial phoenix's eldest child, who is also a primordial phoenix." "What?" Yuan's eyes widened with shock after learning this unexpected information. He could have never expected that it was Long Wuqing who caused Feng Yuxiang's death when she was still living in the Primal Expanse. "She was one of the strongest opponents I've ever had. It happened very long ago, and I almost lost to her back then." Long Wuqing sighed as she recalled the fight in her mind. "What led to your fighting?" Yuan asked. Long Wuqing had to ponder for a moment before she could respond. "Honestly, I don't remember, but it was probably over something silly." "Is that so?" Despite the fact that Long Wuqing had killed Feng Yuxiang in the past, Yuan felt no anger toward her, nor did he hold her accountable. After all, he hadn't been there when it happened, and for all he knew, it could have been Feng Yuxiang's fault. Phoenixes are naturally arrogant creatures and are often the aggressors. This was a fact that Yuan couldn't deny, as had also experienced their troublesome behavior firsthand as Tian. Sometime later, Yuan bid Long Wuqing farewell before returning to the Eternal Phoenix domain with Yingzi. If you don't come find me soon, I'll come find you. Long Wuqing warned him as he stepped into the rift. When Yuan returned to the Eternal Phoenix domain, he waited for the Primordial Phoenix to show up. 3 days later, another rift opened before Yuan. Enter. The Primordial Phoenix's voice resounded in his head. Yuan nodded and stepped into the rift, his heart pounding with excitement, as it has been a long time since he last saw or heard Feng Yuxiang's voice. Upon arriving in the Primordial Phoenix's world, the first thing Yuan noticed was the stunning woman standing beside the Primordial Phoenix. She had a tall, slender figure, silky red hair that flowed like flames, and glistening golden eyes that radiated a powerful yet graceful presence. However, she also appeared confused and slightly overwhelmed, like a patient who had just woken up from a years-long coma. Yuan's expression lit up after seeing her familiar face, and with a delighted smile, he called out, "Feng Feng." Hearing his voice, Feng Yuxiang swiftly turned to look at him. Her confused look instantly vanished after seeing his handsome face, and her expression became filled with relief and excitement. "Young master," she cried as she flew at him with her arms spread wide. Chapter 17:11 Feng Yuxiang's Return. Chapter 17:11 Feng Yuxiang's Return. Wa. Young master. Feng Yuxiang cried her eyes out as she embraced Yuan. "I thought I'd never see you again." The moment her life flashed before her eyes during the heavenly tribulation was still fresh to her, almost as if it just happened. Yuan patted her head and said, "I've missed you." He continued soothing her until Feng Yuxiang finally calmed down. The Primordial Phoenix watched them in silence. Shed also tried calming Feng Yuxiang after her revival but was unsuccessful. Feng Yuxiang only grew more confused and anxious as time passed, so the Primordial Phoenix gave up and decided to let Yuan see her. It was also a test of sorts for Yuan. She wanted to see how Feng Yuxiang reacted to his presence. As for the results, the Primordial Phoenix wasn't just surprised. She was absolutely gobsmacked by how different Feng Yuxiang had become, at least compared to the haughty daughter in her memories. "Young master, does this mean I am still alive?" "I thought I woke up in the underworld," Feng Yuxiang said after calming down. "Yes, you're still alive. It's going to take some time, but I'll explain the whole situation to you." Thus, Yuan began explaining to Feng Yuxiang about the Primal Expanse and how Head got there. Once Feng Yuxiang understood the existence of the Primal Expanse, Yuan proceeded to explain the Nine Heavens' connection to the Primal Expanse and how some of the beasts from the Nine Heavens originated from the Primal Expanse. Next, he spoke of the Eternal Phoenix domain and how the Primordial Phoenix before them was her mother. "My mother?" Feng Yuxiang looked at the Primordial Phoenix with wide eyes. Shed always thought she came into existence naturally, so the sudden appearance of her mother came as a great shock to her. "So you don't have your memories? When did your last rebirth occur? When were you born?" The Primordial Phoenix asked. "A little over 100,000 years ago, I suppose." "So recently?" Primordial Phoenix sighed. Most phoenixes who have the ability to reincarnate tend to regain all of their memories after they reach 1,000,000 years old when they become adults, if not immediately after their rebirth. "Give me some of your blood," the Primordial Phoenix requested a moment later. Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Yuan, almost as if asking for his permission or approval. Yuan nodded with a gentle smile. Feng Yuxiang proceeded to give several drops of her blood to the Primordial Phoenix, who immediately began examining her blood. "Although we have lifted your curse, it still has some lingering effects due to how long it affected you. However, it should completely resolve itself soon. When that happens, you'll regain your strength, and your true bloodline will reveal itself." "I see, thank you for removing my curse," Feng Yuxiang bowed to her respectfully. However, the Primordial Phoenix shook her head and said, "I may have removed your curse, but it was mostly with the assistance of this treasure, which was obtained by your human friend there." young master? Feng Yuxiang looked at him with sparkling eyes. He smiled and said, I'll tell you about it later since it's a long story. She nodded and then looked at the primordial phoenix. By the way, he's not a friend. He's my master, and I am his #1 loyal servant. The primordial phoenix's eyebrows began twitching uncontrollably after hearing such words. A servant, she muttered in a trembling voice, almost as if she was trying to suppress her anger. Ultimately, she failed, and after a moment of silence, the primordial phoenix erupted, unacceptable. No child of mine will be lowered to the status of a mere servant. That's not for you to decide. Feng Yuxiang rebuked. Yuan then spoke, are you sure, Feng? Now that your curse has been lifted, you are essentially free to go, as we had initially agreed. I already told you that I want to follow you even after my curse is lifted. My mind hasn't changed even in the slightest. I will follow you until the end of time. Feng Yuxiang spoke in a stubborn voice, her face resolute. The primordial phoenix narrowed her eyes at Feng Yuxiang. Whatever. You'll definitely change your mind once you recover your memories, so it's only a matter of time anyway, she said a moment later. Feng Yuxiang didn't respond to the primordial phoenix's words. Instead, she looked at Yuan and asked, by the way, how long have I been asleep? It's been about 3 years, I guess. 3 years? Feng Yuxiang cried out loud. Where are you currently in the 9 heavens? Knowing how fast Yuan progressed, she wouldn't be surprised if had already reached the 7th heaven or above. We're only in the 4th heaven. I have spent the last 3 years in the Primal Expanse. While I could have left sooner, 2 years ago, I couldn't leave knowing you could be healed here. Young master. Feng Yuxiang began tearing up again. I'm so sorry. Because of my uselessness, I have become a burden and set you back 3 whole years. I've wasted 3 years of your precious life. Yuan wiped the tears off her face and smiled, that's nonsense. I'd spend 10 years here for you, let alone 3. Also, none of my time here was wasted. As a matter of fact, I think I have grown more here than I would have in the 9 heavens. There are many beings here that rival the Great One and the Dragon Ancestor, who are probably only found in the 9th heaven, and I am still a long way from reaching them. 3 years may seem like a lot at a glance, but considering how much Yuan has grown in the Primal Expanse, he'd probably need tens, if not hundreds, of years to achieve the same results in the 9 heavens. If you say so. Feng Yuxiang nodded, feeling much better knowing she didn't hinder Yuan's growth. By the way, how's she Meili? Did anything happen to her? She inquired a moment later. Join privilege for ADV chaps. Chapter 17:12 Sleepy Xiaohua. Chapter 17:12 Sleepy Xiaohua. Don't worry, nothing happened to Meili. She endured her heavenly tribulation well. Yuan said. So I was the only one who ended up in such a pathetic state, huh? She sighed. Don't put yourself down so much. Your case is special. By the way, I met with Bai Shutao. Yuan suddenly said. Why you did? You didn't kill him, did you? She asked in a somewhat nervous tone. No, but I did punish him a little. I'll kill him later, when I visit the Heavenly White Tiger clan. Feng Yuxiang began pondering in silence. A moment later, she spoke, young master, if it's not too much to ask, can you let me deal with Bai Shutao? I want to be the one to punish him properly. Yuan nodded without hesitation, if that's what you want. I won't touch him then. Thank you, young master. By the way, didn't Xiaohua come with you to the Primal Expanse? Why is she so silent? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked. Now that you mention it. Xiaohua had been oddly quiet for the past 2 years. Xiaohua, are you okay? He asked her. No response. Yuan frowned at this and said, give me a moment to check on her. He closed his eyes and entered his dantian through his consciousness. Inside, he could see a small figure hugging her knees and curled up in a ball as she floated around aimlessly. Yuan approached Xiaohua's figure, but he didn't bother her. She's asleep. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with her, but something feels off. Yuan thought to himself. He continued to examine her condition without waking her up. However, a few minutes later, as if she sensed his presence, Xiaohua slowly began opening her eyes. Brother Yuan, she looked at him with a dazed face, seemingly still half asleep. Xiaohua? Are you okay? She gave him a slow and weak nod. I think so. It's just that I have been feeling extremely sleepy lately, and I cannot fight it. I don't know why. I have never felt like this before. Can I check your body? Yuan asked with a worried face. Yes. Yuan gently pressed his fingers against Xiaohua's wrist and used his spiritual energy to probe inside her body. Everything appeared healthy, she wasn't injured or ill. However, the flow of her qi was unusually slow, a condition typically seen when someone is in a weakened state, and their body is instinctively trying to conserve energy. Something is forcing her to conserve her qi, but what? Yuan was completely dumbfounded by her condition. He tried looking through the evil god's memories since he was related to the Azura clan. However, just like Tianyi's life, there were bits and pieces missing. It doesn't seem to be hurting her now, but that could change in the future. I'll need to figure out the cause of her condition as soon as possible. Xiaohua, Feng's revival was a success, so you can sleep peacefully and not worry about her. Yuan caressed her head in a gentle motion. Who is worried about that dumb pigeon? Xiaohua closed her eyes and fell asleep again. Yuan stared at her for a few more moments before leaving her alone and returning to the outside world. Something's wrong with Xiaohua, he explained the situation to Feng Yuxiang. What? What happened to her? I don't know, but she's in a state of spiritual energy conservation. Something is affecting her, but there's no telling what. Yuan turned to look at the primordial phoenix and asked her, "Can you take a look at my friend?" The primordial phoenix silently nodded. "Father, I would also like to borrow your knowledge," Yuan said out loud. "Why your father?" Feng Yuxiang exclaimed, as she wasn't aware of the primal monarch's existence yet. "I'll explain it to you later," Yuan said. The primal monarch appeared a moment later, and Feng Yuxiang was shocked by how much he resembled Yuan. "No, it's more accurate to say he's young master when he was just a child," she cried inwardly. Yuan retrieved Xiaohua from his dantian and carried her in his arms as she slept soundly. I have never seen this condition before. I can sense a few curses on her, but they have no relationship with her condition," the primordial phoenix said. "By the way, you also had those curses, but they were dispelled alongside your other curse," she looked at Feng Yuxiang and said. "You must be talking about the Celestial Emperor's curse. They prohibit those with it to acknowledge certain information. To prevent the 9 heavens from questioning the existence of players from Earth, the Celestial Emperor had placed a curse on those below the 7th heaven." Huh. Now that I think about it, I never questioned it when the young master disappeared into thin air. Looking back, it felt like I was affected by an illusion," Feng Yuxiang said. The sacred chalice of purification not only removed the curse on Feng Yuxiang's bloodline, but it also lifted the Celestial Emperor's curse on her, allowing her to be conscious of players as people not from their world. I wonder if I'll get rid of the Celestial Emperor's curse on me, Yuan thought to himself. However, he was not in a hurry to remove the Celestial Emperor's curse, as it could attract the Celestial Emperor's attention. Moreover, the curse had almost no effect on him due to his inability to break through without advancing his physique first. Therefore, if he got rid of the Celestial Emperor's curse now, had only attract unwanted attention without any real benefits. This human girl, she's fighting with another soul. To be precise, her soul is fighting against itself, the primal monarch suddenly said. What? Yuan looked at him with a questioning face. The primal monarch continued, her soul contains 2 separate souls within. It's almost like the dragon god, who originally had 2 souls in one body. In her case, 2 souls inhabit a single soul and body, and they're subconsciously clashing with each other for control of the body. 2 souls in 1. Yuan quickly recalled the other personality Xiao Hua had revealed before. Join privilege for ADV chaps. Chapter 1713 Leaving the Primal Expanse. Chapter 1713 Leaving the Primal Expanse. Now that you pointed it out, she really has 2 souls in 1, and it's almost impossible to notice without looking into the depth of her soul. Even I missed it, after all. The primordial phoenix muttered in a slightly surprised voice, as she had never seen such a phenomenon before. Yuan recalled what Xiao Hua revealed to him and said, she said there was another personality sealed within her. Can a soul be sealed inside another soul? I don't know too much about humans, so I cannot tell you with certainty. Primal Monarch said. The primordial phoenix then said, this little human. I can sense the power of reincarnation from her, but it's not the natural kind. Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows and asked, what does that mean? For us phoenixes, we can reincarnate naturally without any external help, and will always remain as phoenixes no matter how many times we reincarnate. While humans also reincarnate naturally when they die, they will not reincarnate with the same identity, so they won't have the same bloodline or innate talents. However, this could still be achieved with the help of techniques and treasures. As for this little human, her reincarnation was forced, meaning she forcefully went through the process of reincarnation before her soul reached the river of rebirth, where all souls must enter before they can be reincarnated. Is that a bad thing? Yuan asked. The process itself may be unnatural, but there's nothing inherently negative about it. However, the same cannot be said about the techniques or treasures involved with her reincarnation. Such powerful treasures and techniques tend to have negative effects that could affect the individual in the future. Of course, I am not saying that this little human experienced something like that. I am just speaking in general. I see. Then, is there a way to stop them from fighting each other? The primal monarch then spoke, there are 2 ways. Since both souls are active, you can seal or completely destroy one of them. If there's only one soul, there won't be any fighting. No, that's out of the question. Yuan instantly refused that proposal. Then you can only separate the 2 souls and replicate what the dragon god did. That sounds good. Do you know how I can separate their souls? That is that tricky part. Their souls are so intertwined with each other that it'll be incredibly difficult to separate them perfectly, and any mistakes could lead to the destruction of one or both souls. Yuan frowned. I can't accept such risks. I have another option. If you find the source of her reincarnation, you might find some clues. If you cannot figure it out alone, you can bring her back here, and I might be able to do something about it. The primordial phoenix said. The source of her reincarnation, the Azura clan. Primordial realm. Yuan muttered to himself. He already planned on visiting the primordial realm, but Xiao Hua's condition made it a little more urgent. Yuan placed Xiao Hua back inside his dantian shortly later. Even if I want to bring her back here, it might be difficult for me to return. Yuan then said. I came to the primal expanse by accident, after all. In that case, I might be able to help, Yingzi suddenly spoke. Really? Yuan looked at her with intrigue. As a shadow dweller, I have the ability to mark shadows, allowing me to move from any shadow to them no matter the distance. However, I can only have one mark active at a time, and I currently have the hollowed expanse marked. I see, but in that case, you'll need to, yes, I will need to be with you if I want to bring you back to the primal expanse. In other words, Yingzi needed to follow Yuan to the 9 heavens in order to bring him back to the primal expanse. Are you sure? Yuan asked her. She nodded, I can come back whenever I want, and I want to see the human world. Also, I still have lots to learn about humans. That world lacks chaotic essence, so you won't be able to cultivate or replenish the energy you exhaust. I don't mind. It's not like I'm going to stay there forever, she said. Is that so? If that's your decision, I won't say anything else. Yuan nodded. Without saying another word, Yingzi turned into a black silhouette and entered Yuan's shadow, temporarily joining his team. Now that I have a method of returning to the primal expanse, I need to visit the primordial realm. Yuan clenched his fists with determination. Are you ready to return to your world? The primal monarch asked him. Yuan looked at Feng Yuxiang, who turned to look at the primordial phoenix. Let's have a proper conversation next time, mother. Feng Yuxiang said to her. The primordial phoenix calmly nodded, but her eyes flickered with joy. Feng Yuxiang entered Yuan's body the next moment. I am ready to return now, Yuan said a moment later. The primal monarch nodded and created a rift. Before you leave. The primal monarch stopped him as he took a step forward. However, the primal monarch didn't continue speaking, seemingly pondering about something. What is it? Yuan asked. Never mind. I will tell you when you return next time. It's still too early for you to know now, he eventually said. Yuan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. All right. Then, until next time, father. Yuan stepped into the rift and disappeared from the primal expanse. What were you trying to tell him? The primordial phoenix asked afterward. The primal monarch merely gave her a cold glance before disappearing without uttering a word. Humph. Finally, back to his usual self, huh? The primordial phoenix shook her head, not minding the primal monarch. After returning to the 9 heavens, Yuan found himself in an unfamiliar scenery. However, with the abundance of spiritual energy, he was, without doubt, back in the 9 heavens. Chapter 1714 Rashara's System, End of Primal Expanse Arc. Chapter 1714 Rashara's System, End of Primal Expanse Arc, Where am I? Yuan mumbled as he surveyed his surroundings. However, before he could really pay much attention to his surroundings, he noticed several announcements appearing in the sky almost simultaneously. The sky was bombarded with announcements related to the achievements Yuan had achieved in the Primal Expanse, just as Wang Xiaoying speculated. Nearly every player in the 9 heavens was staring at the sky in shock at this moment, their eyes and mouths wide with disbelief and awe. Over 3 years have passed since Yuan disappeared from the 9 heavens, and the players have gotten used to playing in peace without any commotions. In fact, except for a few players, the presence of player Yuan had diminished from their minds, becoming something akin to an urban legend. Due to his lack of presence, some even wondered if player Yuan had retired from. However, this was just the beginning of the players' shock. Once they finally got past the name player Yuan and began reading the rest of the announcement, their eyes popped out of their sockets, and their jaws fell to the ground. Celestial rank techniques? Crafting celestial grade treasures? How in the world? The top players have only just begun crafting Earth grade treasures. What the fuck has player Yuan been up to? He disappears for 3 years and comes back with this bombshell? Wait a second. We've only progressed to the 4th heaven. How did he even acquire an endgame technique, much less craft them? Why did these announcements show up almost simultaneously? There's no way he achieved all of them back to back in such a short amount of time. The players were filled with questions. Some players were so shocked and distracted by these announcements that they died because they were in the middle of a battle when it happened. However, no matter how much they wanted answers, they realized they might never find out. Was a mysterious game with a ghost publisher. Unlike other games, nobody could get any help from the administration, so they were all on their own. Some players have tried seeking help from powerful cultivators because they believed the admins were disguised as NPCs. Unfortunately, none of their efforts resulted in anything. Most players have already accepted the phenomenon behind and stopped questioning it, just like how the people of 9 heavens don't question the existence of players. However, unbeknownst to the players and even Yuan, the announcements only appeared between the 1st heaven and 6th heaven, so the people in the 7th heaven and above were not aware of the players' activity. That being said, a single being above the 7th heaven was aware of their activity. Inside his private quarters, the Celestial Emperor stared at the recently made announcements with a profound expression on his face, and his brows furrowed in a worried manner. Player Yuan. I knew there was something different about you. To think you'd reincarnated in that abandoned world. I would have never guessed, he mumbled to himself. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and sighed. No, this isn't enough proof. There's a slim chance this player is not related to him. Who am I kidding? Not even the most talented blacksmiths in the 9 heavens could become a true divine blacksmith in such a short time. There's only one person who could achieve such a feat. The Celestial Emperor stood from his throne and walked to one of the open windows, staring at the world beneath him. You've finally returned, Shura's apostle, heaven refiner and the calamity who will destroy this world. The others may have failed, but I will stop you once and for all. For this is my duty as the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage and determination. The Celestial Emperor proceeded to summon the system and configure it. Confirm. If you cannot access Cultivation online, you will be stuck in that world and won't be able to cause any trouble for me. The Celestial Emperor showed a satisfied smile on his face. However, just in case, I should send a few people to make sure he's gone from this world. The Celestial Emperor's figure disappeared the next moment. Meanwhile, in the 4th heaven, Yuan received several notifications that made him feel several emotions in quick succession. Ding! Yuan wore a bewildered expression on his face as he tried to comprehend the situation. My access to the system has been blocked? And Shura's system. Isn't that? Yuan swiftly comprehended the situation. The original system, the one used by every other player, was called the Rashara system. However, his access to that system had been blocked. It was probably done by the Celestial Emperor because he saw my announcements. Noticing this, the Shura system, which was obviously related to Shura, the unknown entity who gave him the power of heaven's supremacy, activated, preventing him from losing access to Cultivation online. However, log off. Yuan tried to log off. I can't log off. You have to be fucking kidding me. Yuan cried out loud, his voice echoing in every direction. Chapter 17:15 The Ning Family. Chapter 17:15 The Ning Family. Although Yuan could no longer log off, he quickly calmed himself down, as there were more important issues at hand. If the Celestial Emperor is aware of my presence, should I just remove his curse? He was slightly worried that the Celestial Emperor could track him through the curse. However, he didn't immediately use the sacred chalice of purification because there was an even higher chance the Celestial Emperor would realize he was still inside if his curse was broken. No. I have never heard of any curses that can be used as a tracker. However, the caster can, more often than not, feel their curse being destroyed and track it back to where it had been destroyed. If he destroyed the Celestial Emperor's curse, there was a good chance the Celestial Emperor would send someone to check on the location and realize he was still in. As of this moment, I need to move without alerting the Celestial Emperor, at least until I find and activate the Dragon Spiral Mountain in the 9 heavens and reconnect it with Earth. By first, I need to find Xiao and the others to let them know of my situation. Yuan scanned his surroundings with divine sense to better understand his location. However, he saw thousands of individuals flying toward him urgently, their faces filled with panic. In fact, tens of thousands of people in guard uniforms were already surrounding him. Yuan wore his mask and patiently waited for them to approach him since they didn't appear to be with the Celestial Emperor, as they lacked the cultivation and atmosphere. A few moments later, one of the guards, who appeared to be their leader, approached him. Although the guard appeared calm and fierce at a glance, his gaze was filled with worry and fear. I am the royal guard for the Ning family, surnamed Xiao. May I request for your identity? The guard requested respectfully. Although Yuan was unaware, his presence right now was akin to Long Wuxia, absolutely tyrannical and overwhelming for those around him. In these people's eyes, Yuan was no different than a monster in human skin. Xiao. My surname is Xiao. Yuan said. Then, Senior Xiao, what brought you to the Ning family's household? Are you here for the Ning family? Do you have an appointment with them? Guard Xiao continued to ask. The Ning family was one of the most influential families in the 4th heaven. In fact, they were essentially royalty. Yuan had invaded their private space without warning, and his earlier shouting had alerted them. However, the guards didn't dare to do anything rash because of his presence. While his cultivation only appears to be in the spirit sovereign realm, his real cultivation is definitely much higher. He must be one of the envoys from the upper heavens. The guard swallowed nervously. Ning family? Sorry, but I didn't mean to intrude. I came here by accident. Do you know where the Grand Mystic Sect is? I'll quickly be on my way. Ah, so you're with the Grand Mystic Sect. No wonder you're emitting such an overwhelming presence, Senior Xiao. The guards there sighed in relief after mistaking Yuan to be with the Grand Mystic Sect. My presence? Yuan muttered. Young master, your presence right now is very overwhelming, strong enough to make those guards faint if they get any closer. Feng Liuxiang revealed his situation to him. Hearing this, Yuan looked at the guard in front of him, who appeared to be struggling to stay awake for some reason. Ah. He hastily suppressed his presence. I didn't mean to scare you with my presence. I apologize if I caused any trouble. No, it wasn't any trouble at all. We were just slightly alarmed by an unknown presence. That's all, Senior Xiao. Guard Xiao bowed. Anyways, about the direction of the Grand Mystic Sect. The Grand Mystic Sect is located on the other side of this world. However, if you're willing to wait a few days, they will be making their way to this location. Guard Xiao said. Why? What's happening here? The Ning family hosts a worldwide tournament every 7 years to allow the younger generation to show off their talents. Most sects tend to send their most promising disciples, and the Grand Mystic Sect is one of them. Of course, this tournament is open to individuals, so even those without any affiliation may participate. In fact, we have the highest number of participants this year. I see, Yuan said. He pondered inwardly. Xiao and the others should still be training with Kelan at the Grand Mystic Sect, but there's a chance they might come here to participate. Waiting a few days won't hurt. I still need some time to study Shura's system, too. If Senior Xiao would like, you can stay with the Ning family in the meantime. We'll show you to our royal guest room if you allow us. Yuan nodded, all right. I'll trouble you for a few days. It's an honor to serve you. Guard Xiao led Yuan to their most luxurious guest room, usually reserved for the sect leaders of the 3 grand sects. Please make yourself at home for now. We'll be contacting you again shortly after speaking with His Majesty. Yuan nodded and waited in the room while Guard Xiao notified the Ning family of the situation. Meanwhile, at the Grand Mystic Sect, a group of young men and women gathered in front of Kelan like a group of private soldiers. The Ning family will be hosting one of the biggest tournaments in a few days, where most of the top talents in the 4th heaven will participate. I want all of you to participate and show me the results of your training for the last 3 years. Whoever wins the tournament will receive a special reward. Whoever leaves the tournament first will be punished instead. Kelan said to Xiao and the others. He continued, and if nobody wins the tournament, I will subject all of you to hell. Understand? Yes. They all responded with excitement, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 17-16 Shura's System. Chapter 17-16 Shura's System. Have you guys received any news from Yuan recently? Kelan asked the demon sealing faction afterward. Everyone there turned to look at Xiao and Liuxiang since they were usually the ones in contact with Yuan. No, I haven't heard from him. Xiao shook her head. Me neither, at least not after his last return. Did he say how long the Dragon God Festival would last? Kelan continued asking. No, he didn't. However, it probably shouldn't take that much longer, at least considering the type of trials he had to partake in. Yuan had mentioned the 3 trials to her before he returned to participate in the Dragon God Festival. I understand. Keep me updated. My superiors have been hounding me lately because of the lack of information. They're getting impatient, especially Celestial Overlord Su. A few days later, Kelan brought the demon sealing faction to the Ning family's location with the Grand Mystic Sect. Meanwhile, the head of the Ning family requested an audience with Yuan after Guard Xiao explained the situation to him. My surname is Xiao. Yuan greeted a middle-aged man wearing a pair of golden robes as he sat on a majestic throne. I understand that you came here by accident, but we are delighted to serve someone from the upper heavens, Senior Xiao. If you need assistance during your stay, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you. I appreciate your hospitality. If you don't mind me asking, why did you come down to the fourth heaven? I'm supposed to look for someone, but we don't really have any information on him, so I am just wandering around for now. I see. What of the Grand Mystic Sect? What's your relationship with them? I have a few friends there. Since I am here, I might as well visit them. It's been many years, after all. Their conversation didn't last long, and Yuan returned to his room to study Shura system. Character status. Heaven Refiner, Cultivation, First Level Spirit Sovereign, Chaotic Dragon Core, Perfect Chaotic Master, that's it? Yuan was left speechless by how simple his new character status was. Moreover, his name had changed to Heaven Refiner for some reason. He retrieved a random item from his storage ring and inspected it. Poison Sac, description, a rare item dropped by demonic spiders. It can be used to enchant weapons or used to create poison pills. The system was able to analyze items properly, which was good enough for Yuan. Poison Sac, huh? This was one of the first items I've gotten, but I never really found a good use for it. Now that I have upgraded the Starry Abyss to Baneful Abyss, this is essentially useless. Despite its uselessness, Yuan was reluctant to throw it away. He stored it back into his spatial ring shortly later and continued experimenting with the new system. As the tournament drew near, more and more people gathered at the Ning family's territory. A few hundred miles from the Ning family's household, a coliseum-like structure had been built specifically for the tournament, its grand design capable of holding the immense crowd that had arrived to witness the event. Senior Xiao, would you like to watch the tournament with the Ning family? His Majesty said had prepared a seat for you just in case. Guard Xiao asked Yuan the day before the tournament. Yuan used his divine sense to sweep the crowd. A smile appeared on his face when he saw Meishio and the others. Sure, they'll watch. He nodded. On the day of the tournament, Yuan met up with the Ning family before they headed to the tournament. The Ning family consisted of Emperor Ning, his 4 wives, and their 21 children. Emperor Ning made his family introduce themselves to Yuan. Yuan introduced himself afterward. Senior Xiao, why are you wearing a mask? One of the younger children asked. I don't have any special reason. I just enjoy wearing masks. Yuan removed his mask to show them his handsome face. Naturally, it was disguised, as had consumed an appearance-altering pill before leaving the room. You must be very strong since you're from the upper heavens. How strong are you, Senior Xiao? Another asked out of curiosity. How strong, huh? Good question. I also don't know how strong I am right now since I have nothing to properly scale to. Can you destroy stars with your fists? Another child asked. I think I am still quite far away from accomplishing such feats, unfortunately. Okay, enough bothering Senior Xiao. We need to move out now, or we'll be late. Emperor Ning eventually stepped in to stop them. They were escorted to the tournament area shortly later by a group of powerful guards. Most of them were at the peak of the spirit enlightenment, with a few in the divine realm. When they arrived, they sat in the private seating area reserved only for the Ning family. However, they made an exception for Yuan and allowed him to sit with them. The rowdy crowd quickly became quiet when the Ning family arrived, and almost everyone there had their heads lowered toward their seating area. Kelan was one of the few individuals who didn't bow his head, as the Ning family was no different than an ordinary family in his eyes. He wasn't even paying attention to the Ning family at this moment but to the mysterious masked individual sitting with them. That man is formidable. Despite Yuan's efforts to suppress his presence, Kelan could instinctively sense that Yuan was a powerhouse. Hey, do you know the identity of that masked man with the Ning family? Kelan turned to ask Du Daomi, the sect leader of the Grand Mystic Sect. No, I don't recognize him. However, to be able to sit with the Ning family, his background must be extraordinary, Du Daomi remarked thoughtfully. Is that so? Kelan continued to stare at Yuan. Noticing his gaze, Yuan confronted Kelan's gaze in a somewhat provocative manner. Interesting. An excited smile appeared on Kelan's face. Chapter 1717 Tournament of Rising Stars. Chapter 1717 Tournament of Rising Stars. Emperor Ning stood up and began his speech shortly after their arrival. My Ning family welcomes you all to this year's Tournament of Rising Stars, where those below the age of May 27th participate, regardless of your background or affiliation. Before I reveal the reward, allow me to explain the rules for this tournament first. First and foremost, each of you will be assigned an opponent who matches your age. As the tournament progresses and there are fewer participants, the age disparity will naturally widen. There is a protection formation around this arena, so you do not have to worry about accidentally being killed. However, your opponents may still forfeit. Once they forfeit, you are prohibited from attacking. If you damage your opponent after they forfeit, you will also be disqualified. Martial techniques that directly damage the soul are also strictly forbidden. If caught, you could be punished with death. Several rules later, Emperor Ning revealed the rewards. The winner of this year's tournament will be given an innate miracle pill. The onlookers and the participants gasped in shock after hearing the reward. An innate miracle pill could boost one's innate talents greatly and could turn an ordinary cultivator into a talented one. However, they are incredibly rare and priceless due to the exceedingly rare materials required to concoct them. Afterward, Emperor Ning said, "Before we begin the tournament, I would like to take a moment to introduce an esteemed guest to you all today. This is Senior Xiao, an envoy from the upper heavens." An envoy from the upper heavens. Kelan muttered to himself. Would you like to share a few words before we begin the tournament, Senior Xiao? Emperor Ning asked him. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding with a question. Do you mind if I make this year's tournament a little more exciting? Oh. What do you have in mind? Emperor Ning's eyes flickered, his interest piqued. If you would allow me, I would like to give the top participants an opportunity to fight me. If they can defeat me, they'll give them a separate reward. That's, but with your cultivation. Emperor Ning hesitated to let someone as powerful as Yuan participate in a tournament meant for the younger generation. Yuan chuckled and said, You probably won't believe me, but I actually qualify to participate in this tournament. What? You're that young? Emperor Ning's eyes widened with shock. Had sensed Yuan's presence before, and it was absolutely terrifying. It was not something someone so young should have. For this young man to be this talented, he's most likely from the 9th heaven. Emperor Ning swallowed nervously. Don't worry, I won't go too hard on them, and I'll put several restrictions upon myself, Yuan assured him. Emperor Ning pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, let's do it. It sounds entertaining, too. After receiving Emperor Ning's approval, Yuan stepped forward and spoke in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Naturally, he disguised his voice so Kelan and the others couldn't recognize him. During this tournament, any participant in the top May 20th challenge me. My cultivation will be suppressed to the peak of Spirit Grandmaster. In fact, I qualify to participate in this tournament since I am under the age of 27. If you can defeat me, I will give you a Supreme Rank Technique or an Empyrean Grade Treasure. A Supreme Rank Technique and Empyrean Grade Treasures are typically only acquirable within the 7th heaven and above, so for it to be given as a reward in the 4th heaven was a once-in-life opportunity. Even Emperor Ning was shocked by the generous reward. However, despite the immense reward, every participant understood the challenge ahead. Simply making it into the top 20 was already an incredibly difficult journey, but defeating someone capable of casually offering such valuable rewards would be exponentially harder, even if that person suppressed his cultivation to the peak of Spirit Grandmaster. Spirit Grandmaster? Underestimating us will be his downfall. That reward will be mine. Wang Ming rubbed his hands like he had already won. Seeing this, Kelan glanced at him and sneered, You're the one who's underestimating him. That man is formidable and unfathomably dangerous. If I were to suppress my cultivation to his level, even I don't dare say I am confident in beating him. What? Seriously? The Demon Sealing faction members looked at him with wide eyes. They couldn't imagine Kelan losing to anyone, not even to Yuan. What about his cultivation of Spirit Sovereign? Is it his real cultivation? Wang Bingbing asked. It appears to be his real cultivation, but I am sensing another power inside him, and it's unlike anything I've seen before. It's chaotic and destructive, said Kelan. I guess there's always a bigger fish, especially in the upper heavens. Yuan might finally have some competition later. Shi Lang chuckled. All right, I have decided. Kelan suddenly said, all of you will challenge that man from the upper heavens. If any of you win, I will give you a special reward that would make even my own disciples jealous. What about the tournament? Hong Xiuquan asked. Forget about it. I brought you here to evaluate your progress and limitations, but after seeing the participants, I have no doubt you'll rise to the top with ease. However, that man is a different story. You'll be able to truly test your limits with him. Sometime later, the tournament officially began. I'll be right back, Mei Xiao said shortly after the tournament began. Checking on Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked. She nodded. He appeared in the announcements, so I thought he came back. However, he hasn't logged off yet, so maybe he's still in the Primal Expanse. The announcements were probably just delayed because he's so far away. Probably. It won't take long. She logged off the next moment. Once she returned to Earth and saw Yuan sleeping peacefully, she caressed his face and gave him a gentle kiss before returning to Cultivation Online. Not yet? Chu Liuxiang asked. No. Mei Xiao shook her head. Chapter 17-18 Tournament of Rising Stars, 2. Chapter 17-18 Tournament of Rising Stars, 2. Once the tournament officially began, 100 pairs of participants entered their individual platform. Since there were tens of thousands of participants, it'd take weeks if not months to finish the tournament if they did one match at a time. None of the Demon Sealing faction members were chosen for the first session, so they merely stood in their area and waited for their turn. A few of them were staring at Yuan, trying to analyze him. Li Jinxi had the most intense gaze, but it was not because she recognized Yuan. Why am I getting this weird feeling in my gut when looking at that person? She wondered inwardly. It was an inexplicable feeling she was not familiar with. She wondered if this feeling was a natural desire to battle someone strong or something else entirely different. Burning Lotus Sword Art. A handsome young man with black and red hair unleashed a powerful and dazzling sword technique, instantly catching the spectators' attention. That must be Xing Qin, the #1 disciple of the Burning Lotus Sword sect. His sword art is as grand and powerful as they claim. He definitely deserves the title Sword That Burns All. Several platforms away, a beautiful young lady wielded a green fan as she leaped around the platform with graceful movements, resembling a dancer. Fairy Ling is as beautiful as ever. I'd climb 1,000 mountains just to have a glance of her beauty. Although many participants were disciples of sects, the majority hailed from prominent clans and families that spanned across the fourth heaven. While these individuals might also be disciples of various sects, they were here primarily representing their families, promoting the strength and pride of their bloodlines. The rest of the participants were rogue cultivators, and a sizable portion of them stood out from the rest, mostly because of their demeanor and attitude towards the tournament. Damn! This event is too difficult. Who could possibly win this? A specific individual shouted after losing to his opponent. There were other players besides the Demon Sealing faction present at the tournament. Whether they were qualified to even participate or not was a different story. 3 years may not seem like a significant amount of time to those born in the cultivation world, but for those from Earth, 3 years was a substantial period. In that time, the entire player base made remarkable progress in their cultivation, advancing far beyond what even talented people born in the 9 heavens could achieve. While not every player had made significant progress, this was largely because not everyone pursued advancement with the same level of effort or determination. However, those who did dedicate themselves to improving had risen far beyond what individuals of the same caliber, born in the 9 heavens, could typically achieve. In other words, even those players with average talents were able to surpass the talented natives of the 9 heavens, thanks to the system's assistance. The system provided the players with advantages that allowed for faster growth and cultivation progress in ways that natural talent alone could not. However, in the eyes of the natives of the 9 heavens, the players simply appeared to be extraordinary geniuses. Even if some sensed that something was unusual, the Celestial Emperor's curse worked its magic, making the players' presence and achievements seem completely normal. As for the participants present at the tournament, they ranged in age significantly. There were competitors as young as 10 years old and others as old as 27, just barely hitting the upper age limit for participation. That said, none of the younger participants expected to win. They were only there for the experience and to show off their talents so others could pay attention to them in the future. This is also why there was typically only a single reward for the tournament, and it was usually not as grand as the innate miracle pill. This made Emperor Ning's announcement all the more shocking to the participants, as such a valuable prize far exceeded their expectations. Winner, Xing. One of the judges there suddenly announced. Once a match ended, the winner was granted a recovery pill to help them recover their exhausted cultivation for the next fight, but they wouldn't fight immediately. Whenever a stage is available, the next pair would immediately be called to it. Since the platforms were protected by restoration formations, any damage done to them would repair itself. An hour later, Murong was the first member of the Demon Sealing faction to be called onto the stage. "I'll be right back," he said to them before walking to the stage in calm steps. Murong's opponent had arrived on the stage before him. 7th level Spirit Emperor, huh? Murong smiled inwardly. "I'll give you a chance to forfeit," Murong said to his opponent as he released his cultivation at the 3rd level of Spirit Enlightenment. In just 3 short years, Murong had progressed all the way to Spirit Enlightenment. It wasn't just Murong, however. Every member of the Demon Sealing faction had managed to enter Spirit Enlightenment. As a matter of fact, it didn't even take them 3 years. They'd spent the first 2 years improving their foundations and the last year increasing their cultivation. Naturally, this wasn't solely due to the system. Kelan had also provided them with numerous treasures that, while priceless in the 4th heaven, were abundant in his realm. This is one of the many reasons people seek favor with those from the upper heavens, as what is considered trash in the higher realms is often regarded as treasure in the lower heavens. Spirit Enlightenment? Who could have anticipated such a genius would show up in this tournament? That senior from the upper heavens must be kicking himself now. There's no way he could bridge the gap between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit Enlightenment, regardless of where he's from. The spectators were shocked by the presence of a Spirit Enlightenment cultivator since the majority of the other participants were below Spirit King, with a few at Spirit Sovereign. Chapter 17-19 Tournament of Rising Stars, 3. Chapter 17-19 Tournament of Rising Stars, 3, Spirit Enlightenment, huh? They're grown. Yuan muttered with a smile behind his mask. The Demon Sealing faction had not only caught up to his cultivation but even surpassed him. Naturally, whether they could hold a candle against him in prowess was an entirely different story. Murong's opponent swallowed nervously after realizing he was at Spirit Enlightenment. However, the young man didn't forfeit and stepped forward. So what if you're at Spirit Enlightenment? I'd never forfeit. Is that so? Murong muttered as he retrieved a spirit-grade dagger. One of the rules in the tournament forbade the participants from using treasures above spirit grade, as that would defeat the purpose of the tournament. They were supposed to show off their talents, not their wealth, after all. The only reason there was no restriction on their cultivation was simply because one's cultivation was considered a talent. Murong's opponent retrieved a spirit-grade sword, and they started fighting shortly after. The spectators expected Murong to completely dominate his opponent right as the fight began, but he diverted their expectations when he started messing around with his opponent. However, that is not to say he was playing around. Instead, he was purposefully matching his opponent's speed and strength. Who is that young man at the Spirit Enlightenment? I don't recognize him. Emperor Ning asked Guard Xiao, who was guarding their area with several other powerful guards. Guard Xiao retrieved a jade slip that had the information on all participants and said, His name is Murong. We don't have much information on him, but he's been training with a high-ranking member of the Celestial Overlords at the Grand Mystic Sect for the past few years. What? Someone from the Celestial Overlords is in the fourth heaven? Are they here right now? Emperor Ning stood up in shock after hearing this information. The Celestial Overlords are big shots in the upper heavens, much less the fourth heaven. Even royalty like Emperor Ning have to lower their head when speaking to them. Yes, he came here with the sect leader of the Grand Mystic Sect. You idiot. Why didn't anyone notify me? We should have invited them to sit with us the moment we learned of their presence. Do you have any idea how bad this looks on us? Emperor Ning shouted angrily, causing heads to turn in their direction. I also wasn't aware until I saw the information just now. I'll go invite him right now. Guard Xiao lowered his head and left the next moment. Once Guard Xiao left, Emperor Ning looked at Yuan and sighed. I apologize for that, Senior Xiao. Do you know of the Celestial Overlords? Of course, I do. Who hasn't heard of them in the upper heavens? He calmly replied. I just realized how foolish my question was. Emperor Ning rubbed his chin in an embarrassed manner. Meanwhile, Guard Xiao approached the sect leader of the Grand Mystic Sect and asked him, Senior Du, we've just received news that a member of the Celestial Overlords came to the tournament with your Grand Mystic Sect. Do you know where this esteemed guest is right now? Without uttering a word, Du Daomi shifted his gaze to look at Kelan, who was standing right beside him. Seeing this, Guard Xiao immediately understood the situation and recognized Kelan as someone from the Celestial Overlords. While Kelan's presence was suppressed, there was no way to conceal the immense aura his body naturally exuded. Even an ignorant child could tell he was a powerful expert at a glance. Esteemed guest from the Celestial Overlords. His Majesty, Emperor Ning, respectfully requested your presence at his humble booth with his family, if you don't mind. Kelan looked at the location where the Ning family was spectating from, but his gaze wasn't directed at Emperor Ning. Instead, they were staring at Yuan. Sure, he said with an excited smile. Thank you. Please follow me. Kelan looked at the others and said, I'll be gone for a bit. He followed Guard Xiao to the Ning family's booth. When Kelan arrived, Emperor Ning got back on his feet and immediately apologized. I would like to extend my deepest apology for the late invitation, esteemed guest. I wasn't notified of your presence until just now. It's fine. How should we address you, esteemed guest? Kelan. Kelan? Commander Kelan? The god of physiques? Emperor Ning almost couldn't believe his ears after hearing Kelan's name and recognizing it. That's right. There's no need to act so formally. Although I accepted your invitation, it wasn't because of the Ning family, Kelan said as his gaze shifted to Yuan, who was calmly viewing the matches, completely ignoring Kelan. Not a single reaction even after learning of my identity, huh? Kelan smiled inwardly. Emperor Ning instantly realized what Kelan was trying to tell him and didn't try to prolong the conversation, fearing it might annoy Kelan. I understand. Then I won't bother you. If you need anything, just let me know. Kelan grabbed the chair that had just been placed beside Emperor Ning's seat and moved it directly beside Yuan. Kelan sat down with a loud thud, and his aura immediately began clashing with Yuan's intensely. The air between them grew thick with tension, and the atmosphere in the booth turned chilling. Emperor Ning and his family instinctively moved their seats away from Kelan and Yuan. They feared for their lives, but none of them dared to utter any complaints. The two of them remained silent for several minutes until Kelan broke the silence. So, where are you from? A place far away from here, Yuan responded nonchalantly. Do you really qualify for this tournament? Of course. Do you think I am lying? Kelan turned his head to look at Yuan. Yuan did the same. Although his eyes were hidden by his mask, their gaze confronted each other with intensity that matched their auras. Feeling Yuan's gaze through his mask, Kelan smiled and said, You wanna spar later? I'll match your cultivation. Do you always ask strangers to spar with you? Yuan asked. Only if they make the hair on my skin tingle. Yuan chuckled, I'll think about it. Chapter 17:20 Even more monstrous than Yuan. Chapter 17:20 Even more monstrous than Yuan, what's there to think about? I can tell you're someone who craves a good battle just as much as I do. Moreover, your physique. Kelan's gaze lowered to look at Yuan's physique. His clothes and boots are both celestial-grade treasures. Either his family or sect spoiled him, understandably so. This young man is not even 28 years old, and his aura is already this overwhelming. His cultivation is also deceptively low. There's no doubt he can fight someone several realms above his own. Yuan may be a monster, but this guy is on a whole different level. Kelan compared Yuan to the mysterious monster before him. Although Yuan was wearing clothes that covered most of his skin, Kelan could still tell that he had a powerful physique. You're a body refiner like me, aren't you? Kelan asked. I do temper my body whenever I get the chance, but I cannot say that I am strictly a body refiner. Yuan shook his head. That's absolute nonsense. Even gifted and hardcore body refiners in the 9th heaven will have difficulties achieving your level at your age. Kelan did not believe Yuan in the slightest. My level? What do you think my level is? I can't say for certain without exchanging a few punches with you, but it's definitely as extraordinary as that ominous energy inside your body. Oh. He can sense my chaotic essence even though I hid it to the best of my abilities? Yuan was slightly surprised. Although Kelan could sense something ominous inside Yuan, it was just a feeling, and he had no idea what it was. Yuan's gaze suddenly turned to look at the members of the Demon's Sealing faction and asked, Those children are yours? Kelan shook his head and said, No, not really. I am just training them. They're not really my disciple. They're not your disciples, but you're still willing to train them? I didn't know the celestial overlords were this generous. It's complicated, and I don't know about the others, but I don't mind training strangers as long as they show promise and determination. Are you confident they'll be able to reach the top 20? Yuan asked. Of course. I have confidence that they'll dominate the whole tournament and reach the top 20, unless they start fighting each other. However, one of them will definitely win the tournament. Kelan spoke in a proud manner, as if he was speaking of his own children. I see. Then how about this? If one of them manages to defeat me, they'll spar with you. Kelan didn't immediately respond because even he wasn't confident they could beat him while his cultivation was suppressed to Spirit Grandmaster. No. I need to have some trust in them, especially that little monster who might one day rival Yuan. I don't believe they won't be able to defeat a Spirit Grandmaster, even if their opponent is a prodigy from the upper heavens. Kelan thought to himself, shaking away his doubt. All right, he said a moment later. Very well. Yuan didn't say anything else and returned to watching the tournament. I'll be back, Kelan said before flying back to the others directly from the booth. What did you talk to him about? Jinx asked, her face filled with curiosity. That man is much more powerful than I'd anticipated, but that doesn't mean you have no chance of winning. He'll be suppressed to Spirit Grandmaster. If you guys, who are also able to defeat those above your own realm, cannot defeat someone at his level. Forget it. Anyway, you need to defeat him no matter what, you hear me? Otherwise, I'll force all of you to endure a whole year of hell that would make even the disciples at my sect wish for death, regardless if Yuan has returned or not. The members of the Demon's Sealing faction swallowed nervously upon seeing Kelan's serious expression. Although Kelan hadn't mentioned anything about his spar with Yuan, they could instinctively sense that something significant was on the line. If you compare him to Yuan, how would you? Shimeli suddenly asked. Kelan interrupted before she could even finish her sentence. Yuan is very talented, probably one of the most talented individuals I know, but this man is on another level. I don't want to pat my own butt, but I am very confident in my ability to assess people's abilities with a glance. How big is their disparity, in your opinion? Jinx asked. Kelan pondered for a moment before responding. If Yuan was at the Spirit Sovereign realm, he'd probably be able to defeat someone at the Divine Emperor realm, even the Divine Sovereign realm with some difficulty. However, that man will be able to defeat someone in the Immortal Ascension realm. The difference between Divine Sovereign, Divine Ancestor, and immortal ascension is unfathomably vast. Of course, this is just an estimate since I haven't fought him. For all we know, he could be weaker, or even stronger. Man, it's really hard to believe that someone out there could outclass Yuan to such an extent. Is this what it feels like to be a frog in a well? I never thought I'd see the day, but alas. Hong Xiuquan sighed. Hey. Why are you suddenly acting like Yuan is no longer relevant? We're still talking about Yuan in the past. Who knows how much he's improved in the last 3 years? Liuxiang suddenly spoke up with a frown on her face. Calm down, Sister Chu. We're not looking down on Yuan. He's still a monster. We're just surprised that someone is even more monstrous than him. Wu Zhao said. However, what Sister Chu said has merit. We haven't seen Yuan in 3 years, so we cannot compare them in a fair manner. However, we can all agree that the Yuan 3 years ago would lose to this powerhouse, right? I'll withhold my opinion until I fight that man. Li Jinxi said. Me too. Wang Xiuying agreed. At the same time, Feng Yuxiang asked Yuan about Kelan. Who was that man? And why is he training Meishio and the others? Yuan smiled and said, let me explain. It's a long story, though. Fortunately, we have plenty of time. Chapter 1721 Divine Fist Manifestation. Chapter 1721 Divine Fist Manifestation. Heavens, a lot has happened since I went to sleep. Feng Yuxiang couldn't believe how much had happened in such a short amount of time. Thank the heavens I woke up this soon. If I had slept any longer. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously. She could imagine sleeping for a decade and waking up to Yuan already achieving immortality. Just the thought of missing Yuan's growth gave Feng Yuxiang a sense of dread. So, when do you plan on letting them know your true identity? Feng Yuxiang asked Yuan a few moments later. I don't, Yuan said with a smile. Huh? Feng Yuxiang muttered in a surprised voice. Now that I am hunted by the Celestial Emperor, I need to keep Yuan away from them. I could be endangering them just by being near them. Of course, that's not to say I'll keep my identity a secret forever. Once the tournament is finished, I'll find a way to tell them. Then why stay here at all? Wouldn't it be better if you just left and never interact with them? Feng Yuxiang asked. I thought of that, but with so many people from the upper heavens coming down to the lower heavens, my identity won't raise any suspicions. There'll also be many witnesses who will have seen us acting like strangers to each other. I see what you're trying to do. Fooling your own allies to fool your enemy, huh? Yes, but I will also admit that I want to see how much they've grown, even if it's a little risky. They wouldn't fight me with the same intensity if they knew my identity, after all. Sometime later, Kelan returned to the booth. By the way, I never got your name. Surnamed Xiao. Surname? You can't tell me your full name? Kelan raised an eyebrow. My background is a bit unique. I am not allowed to disclose my true identity carelessly. Ah, so you're from one of those families, huh? Kelan nodded his head as if he understood. Hidden families were not uncommon in the 9 heavens, particularly in the upper heavens. These families were known for keeping their backgrounds, techniques, and talents as secretive as possible, rarely revealing their true strength or lineage to the outside world. Their reasons for doing so also varied from family to family, so they were typically shrouded in mystery. So he's from a hidden family. No wonder why I have never heard of him. Kelan thought to himself, and he wondered how many more monsters like Yuan were hidden from the rest of the world, growing in secrecy. Sometime later, Murong finally defeated his opponent after messing around for many minutes. As time passed, more and more members of the Demon Sealing faction entered the stage. Their unusual background and high cultivation base attracted a lot of attention from the other sections. Heavens! They have another at the Spirit Enlightenment, and he's even at the 5th level. They are standing with the Grand Mystic Sect. Are they disciples? How come I don't recognize any of them? Just where in heaven's name are they finding so many monstrous talents? Finding a single one of them every 1,000 years would already be considered a miracle, yet there's a dozen of them together at this moment. Ah, I know about them. I heard this from a disciple of the Grand Mystic sect, and they're apparently being trained by someone from the Celestial Overlords. They're also not disciples of the Grand Mystic sect. What? Someone from the Celestial Overlords is here in the fourth heavens? My God. No wonder. This explains everything. Information of the demons sealing faction being related to the Celestial Overlords quickly spread throughout the spectators' area, shocking everyone. Several hours later, two members of the demons sealing faction had been matched against each other. What a coincidence, Sister Wang, Hong Xiuqian said, pressing his fists together, the steel gauntlets on his hands gleaming as he stared intently at his opponent, Wang Bingbing. Do you remember the last time we fought each other in an official competition? He asked. Yes, I do. Wang Bingbing calmly responded, recalling their fight during the spirit competition at the Jaded Garden. Then you also remember being defeated by me, right? Yes, I remember barely losing to you. However, things are different now. Are they, really? We both trained under the same teacher. Humph. Enough talking. I will show you the difference right now. Wang Bingbing raised her sword, enveloping it with a sharp aura. Sword aura. That young lady knows sword aura at such a young age? The audience gasped in shock. Hong Xiuqian remained unfazed by her sword aura, knowing it wasn't a secret. He calmly bashed his gauntlets together, and a silver aura appeared around them a moment later, emitting a destructive aura. That young man also achieved divine fist manifestation. While masters of sharp weapons could achieve an aura, such as sword aura or spear aura, those who rely on their fists can achieve divine fist manifestation. This concept is similar to sword aura, but instead of enhancing sharpness, its power lies in its overwhelming destructive force, amplifying the raw strength of every blow. Not only can divine fist manifestation block weapon auras, but they are also just as difficult to cultivate and train as weapon auras. Wang Bingbing and Hong Xiuqian clashed with each other a moment later. When their sword aura and divine fist manifestation collided, a powerful ripple swept the arena, disturbing the nearby fights. While every platform had formations in place to prevent projectiles and debris from flying outside and harming the spectators or other participants, these formations did not block the ripples of energy created when two powerful forces clashed. Wang Bingbing went on the offensive while Hong Xiuqian played defense, repeating their match during the spirit competition, almost as if they were trying to prove something to each other. But compared to their fight previously, they were both incomparably stronger with much more fighting experience. Chapter 1722 Peak of Spirit Enlightenment. Chapter 1722 Peak of Spirit Enlightenment. What a fierce battle. It's like they're really trying to kill each other. The spectators were shocked by how intensely Hong Xiuqian and Wang Bingbing were going at each other's throats, almost as if they were before their archenemies. As for the match itself, Hong Xiuqian was successfully blocking all of Wang Bingbing's sword strikes. Moreover, his fists were still in great condition, unlike their previous match, where his fists would be bruised by the end. As for Wang Bingbing, each of her sword strikes struck exactly where she wanted with deadly precision, and she had almost no wasteful movement. They're incomparably stronger than before, and they are still hiding their true strength. Yuan smiled inwardly, wondering if they were hiding their true strength because of him. Sister Wang, I have a better chance of defeating that man. Stop this pointless struggle, and just let me win. Are you seriously saying that? Wang Bingbing suddenly became even more aggressive, and her aura soared, clearly angry at Hong Xiuqian's words. Hong Xiuqian was slightly taken aback and started getting pushed back. Damn, she's starting to use her real strength. Hong Xiuqian clenched his jaw and started fighting more seriously, too. While they continued fighting, another member of the demon sealing faction was called to the stage. A beautiful woman with a stern expression walked onto the stage. Her opponent, who was only a spirit king, began trembling in fear after sensing her cultivation. Peak of Spirit Enlightenment. Li Jinxi's overwhelming presence on the stage affected not just her opponent but even those around her, including those in the audience. Are you ready to fight? The judge for their match asked. Li Jinxi silently nodded. It took a moment for her opponent to respond. After swallowing nervously, he said, "Are ready? Then let the fight begin." The instant the match began, Li Jinxi's figure disappeared from her spot. Ack! Her opponent cried out in pain and was sent flying outside the stage a split second later. Li Jinxi had defeated her opponent in a single move not even a second after the match began, and she used nothing but her own fists. Winner, Li Jinxi. Once the match ended, the judge offered Li Jinxi a recovery pill, but she outright refused it and left the stage. Heavens! What a domineering beauty! To be at the peak of the spirit enlightenment at her age, her potential is massive. Ha ha ha. That young man from the upper heavens must be sweating by now. I cannot imagine a spirit grandmaster defeating someone at the peak of spirit enlightenment, regardless of their background. Sometime later, Xiao entered the stage with a spirit grade bow. However, she didn't have any arrows on her, and her bow also lacked the bowstring that traditional bows have, resembling that of an incomplete bow. Her opponent was a young woman at the third level of the spirit sovereign realm who belonged to one of the three grand sects, the Grand Spring sect. "Please go easy on me," said her opponent. Xiao silently nodded. Once the match began, the Grand Spring sect disciple raised her sword in a defensive manner while Mixia's aura skyrocketed, wrapping itself around the bow in her grasp and creating a bowstring. By the time Xiao raised her bow, an arrow made entirely of her aura was already prepared to launch from the bow. The Grand Spring sect disciple instinctively knew that she was incapable of blocking Mixia's attack and immediately switched from defensive to trying to avoid the attack entirely. The arrow flew from the bow a moment later and barely missed the Grand Spring sect. However, right as the disciple sighed in relief inwardly, she felt something strike her from the back. Wah! The arrow that had missed her initially had suddenly turned around, and in that instant, she felt as though a massive hole had been torn through her stomach. However, when she looked down, she saw no injury on her body. The formation had activated, sparing her life. It's my loss. The disciple sighed in a disappointed manner as she placed a hand on where Xiao had struck her. As a core disciple of the Grand Spring sect, she thought she would, at the very least, achieve the top 10. However, she had gotten incredibly unlucky and got matched with someone an entire realm above her for her first match. I couldn't even show off a single technique before I was defeated. This is so embarrassing. The disciple left the stage with her head lowered. Liuxiang was next, and she also defeated her opponent in a single attack by blasting them away with an unavoidable ice technique that covered the entire stage. Sometime later, Wang Bingbing and Hong Xiuqian's match finally concluded. Winner, Wang Bingbing. The judge announced. Wang Bingbing had managed to defeat Hong Xiuqian after a long and arduous battle where neither of them was able to overpower the other for hours until Hong Xiuqian made a mistake from exhaustion, one that Wang Bingbing took advantage of and came out on top. The spectators cheered madly, causing the whole place to rumble with excitement. This year's tournament is really exciting. One of Emperor Ning's children said as he clapped. Father, do you think it's possible to meet them after the tournament? I would love to have a word with that beauty with the bow. One of the older children asked, his gaze filled with adoration. Before Emperor Ning could even speak, Kelan responded, she already has a partner. That doesn't mean any. Kelan looked at him and interrupted, I wouldn't continue that sentence if I were you, unless you wish the downfall of your family. Emperor Ning hastily went to slap his own son in the face and shouted, apologize to Senior Kelan right now. I am sorry, Senior. I didn't realize you were her partner. Kelan frowned and said, hey, that's a crazy misunderstanding. I am not her partner, and don't you dare utter such words again. If her real partner was here to hear that, he'd probably go on a rampage and kill everyone here. Yuan turned to look at Kelan with raised eyebrows. What kind of nonsense is that? Is this how he sees me? He shook his head inwardly. Chapter 1723 The Top 20. Chapter 1723 The Top 20. He'd kill everyone here over something like that? He sounds like a villain. Yuan said, joining the conversation. Well, I'm not saying he'll definitely do it, but he is very much capable. That man is a crazed bastard who'd aim his sword at the heavens without any hesitation if needed. Kelan said, completely unaware that he was talking to Yuan. Sounds like you're scared of him. Is he more powerful than you? Kelan rubbed his nose and said, he may be a little monster with more potential than I, but he is still 100,000 years too early to defeat me. And who said I am scared of him? His unpredictably does make me nervous at times, but that is different from fear. Is that so? Yuan smiled inwardly. Suddenly, another of Emperor Ning's older sons spoke. Then what about that beauty who used that ice technique? Ah, she's also taken, by the same man. That nonchalant fairy at the peak of spirit enlightenment is probably single, right? Kelan merely shook his head in silence. Seriously. Kelan sighed and said, you can forget about coveting any of the women in that group. They all belong to the same guy. What? The Ning family was surprised to hear this. Even Emperor Ning couldn't help but swallow nervously, his gaze filled with envy. Is this man also an emperor? Emperor Ning had to ask. How can a single man have so many talented partners if they weren't in a position of high power and authority? No, but he's also from the celestial overlords, and he is one of the youngest generals in our faction's history. He'd also qualify to participate in this tournament if he were here. Anyway, he's one hell of a womanizer who is always surrounded by women. Kelan continued. Yuan had a strong urge to smack Kelan in the back of the head for his earlier statement about all of the girls in the group belonging to him, but he held back. However, he decided to punish Kelan in the future for spreading misunderstanding when there is a chance. Sometime later, once all of the participants had their match, they immediately started the second round. With half of the participants eliminated, the age gap began widening, but it was only by a year or two at most. During the second round, Wang Ming and Shi Lang were matched against each other, and Wang Ming ended up barely winning. For the third round, Wu Zhao fought Wang Xiuying, with Wu Zhao emerging victorious by a landslide. Although Wang Xiuying also trained with Kelan, she had only spent half as much time as everyone else since she still had to focus on her alchemy, which was her primary path. For the seventh round, Li Jinxi ended up matching with Xiao. Li Jinxi obviously won by a landslide, but she was unable to instantly defeat Xiao unlike her previous matches. In the end, their match ended up lasting a whole minute. Wang Ming and Wang Bingbing also fought each other during the seventh round, with Wang Ming winning. In the ninth round, Wu Zhao got matched against Shi Murong and lost within half a minute. By the time there were about 20 or so participants left, only Liuxiang, Li Jinxi, Shi Murong, and Wang Ming were left. Yuan then spoke, congratulations to those of you who have made it this far. Now, you have all acquired the qualifications to challenge me. Of course, you don't need to challenge me right now. You can challenge me after the tournament ends, or you can challenge. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, one of the people there stepped forward and shouted, I want to challenge you. Good. Without saying another word, Yuan leaped from the booth to one of the empty stages there. The one who challenged Yuan also entered the stage a moment later. What happens if more than one of us defeats you? Will you give out the reward twice? The young man, number 1 disciple of the Burning Lotus Sword sect, asked as he faced Yuan. Yuan calmly nodded, naturally. The spectators gasped in shock after learning the reward wasn't for a single person. Xingqian sucked his teeth after realizing he had jumped the gun. He thought the reward was only for the first one to defeat him, hence why he was so eager to fight first. However, after learning the truth, he regretted not waiting a bit more to study Yuan's prowess first. He turned to look at the other participants, and most of them were smiling, almost as if laughing at him. Whatever. It doesn't matter if I am first or last since I will defeat him regardless. Xingqian readied his sword. At this moment, every single pair of eyes were on Yuan, their gaze filled with anticipation. I will let you have the first 3 strikes. By the way, I have sealed all of my treasure's abilities, so you don't have to worry about that. Yuan said. Then I won't be humble. Xingqian roared as his sword became engulfed in flames. Burning Lotus Raging Sword Strike. Yuan merely stood there as Xingqian swung his fiery sword at Yuan's neck. Seeing his opponent aiming for his neck, Yuan willingly tilted his head the other way, giving Xingqian full access to his neck. Your neck is mine. The moment the flaming sword touched Yuan's neck, its movement halted abruptly, and the flames were instantly and forcefully absorbed into Yuan's body. Kelan stood up from his seat and exclaimed, "Fire harmony? What?" Emperor Ning looked at him with a startled and puzzled expression. A level that is even higher than flame immunity. Not only is he impervious to flames, but he could also absorb them and turn it into his own energy. The peak of fire mastery. Kelan clenched his fists as his body trembled in excitement. Even he has only achieved super fire immunity after tens of thousands of years of rigorous training. No. There's simply no way he could have achieved fire harmony at that age. It must have been one of his techniques at work. Kelan quickly shook his head, almost as if he couldn't believe that he had been fooled by such an obvious fact, even if it was only for a brief moment. Fuck, that surprised me. He mumbled a moment later. Chapter 1724 Fire Harmony. Chapter 1724 Fire Harmony, that was your first strike, Yuan said to Xingqian after tanking his attack without a single scratch on his neck. And no way. Xingqian hastily jumped back. There's no way he actually defended against such a powerful strike with his naked neck. He must have used an illusion or something to make it look like that. Xingqian refused to believe that a spirit grandmaster had managed to eat one of his most powerful strikes and come out unscathed. What are you waiting for? You have 2 more strikes. I'm not trying to spend a whole day on a single match. Yuan beckoned him in a provocative manner. Xingqian immediately became infuriated, as he had never been mocked in such a fashion before. He began gathering his spiritual energy for several moments before pointing his sword at Yuan. Burning Lotus Heavenly Sword. A massive blade made of pure fire materialized in the sky directly above Yuan. Once it fully materialized and the blade almost appeared real, it fell on Yuan's head. Wash. Flames spewed in every direction like a tsunami, engulfing the arena in a sea of flames. There's no way he could have avoided that. Xingqian became incredibly weakened after releasing the technique, which exhausted nearly all of his spiritual energy. Yuan's figure was engulfed in flames, but his silhouette could still be seen by the spectators and Xingqian. However, before Xingqian could celebrate, a powerful gust appeared, swallowing up all of the flames. The flames gathered like bugs to a lantern around Yuan, who began taking a deep breath, as if he was preparing to blow a straw house down. As for the flames, they were simply consumed by Yuan. How? Xingqian fell to his knees with a loud thud that resounded throughout the stadium. The spectators could only gasp in shock at what they just witnessed. There's no mistaking it. Kelan muttered in a dazed voice. He actually achieved the state of fire harmony before the age of 30. This level of talent is almost unheard of, even in the supreme heaven. He must have been born with a physique blessed by the fire gods. Kelan's desire to fight Yuan skyrocketed after learning this. You kids better defeat him so I can fight him. Kelan clenched his fists in anticipation. Yuan casually patted his clothes after swallowing the flames and said, "If that was your best, then I'll consider this fight concluded, as you will not be able to damage me, much less defeat me." Xingqian did not even have the energy to respond anymore and directly collapsed onto the ground. One of the workers there swiftly entered the stage to retrieve Xingqian, bringing him away. Yuan looked at the rest of the participants and said, "So, who's next?" The participants subconsciously stepped back when they felt Yuan's overwhelming gaze through his mask. After a few moments of silence, a beautiful girl entered the stage with a graceful leap. Once the beauty introduced herself, Yuan nodded and said, "The match will begin the moment you raise your weapon." The beauty quickly raised the sword in her grasp and prepared to attack. However, before she could even act, Yuan's figure flickered and disappeared. When he appeared again a split second later, his fist was already digging into the bowtie's stomach. Ah! The beauty let out a dramatic cry of pain, and her face contorted in an exaggerated expression as she was sent flying off the stage. "Why? What happened to 3 free strikes?" she complained after struggling to get back on her feet. "It'd take too long if I let everyone have 3 free strikes," he shrugged. "And no way." The beauty muttered in disbelief before falling unconscious and getting carried off the stage. Next. Yuan ignored her and turned to look at the remaining participants, who swallowed nervously and subconsciously avoided his gaze. "Since nobody is going next, I will do it." A familiar face entered the stage. Liuxiang. "What's your name?" "Lulu." Yuan showed a gentle smile on his face after Liuxiang challenged him. "My surname is Xiao." "You can't tell me your full name?" "Unfortunately, I am unable to because of reasons beyond my control." Liuxiang narrowed her eyes at him and asked, "Have we met before?" "Why do you ask?" "Just a feeling." "Well, unless you've been to the upper heavens, I highly doubt we've met, as this is my first time coming to the lower heavens." "I see. You're not going to ask why I came down here?" Yuan asked. "Well, I don't really care, so I have no reason to ask." "I understand. Then let's start the match. I'll make my move after you make your first move," Yuan said a moment later. Liuxiang nodded, and after several moments of stillness, she suddenly brought her arms parallel to the ground and swiftly activated a technique. Ice Shield. A beautiful and thick shield made of ice and enforced by spiritual energy appeared in front of Liuxiang, capable of blocking any frontal attacks. She thought Yuan was going to attack her the moment she used her technique like the last match. However, Yuan merely stood there in silence, almost as if he were analyzing her technique. Seeing this, Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't end this match too fast since I ended my last one a bit too fast, so we have some spare time to enjoy ourselves." "Sorry, but I'm not interested." Liuxiang suddenly placed her palms on the ground. Frozen Garden of Impalement. Thousands of ice spikes erupted from the ground and reached a dozen meters tall, covering the entire arena and leaving no room for Yuan to escape. She had used this technique in several matches before, and not a single one of her opponents had been able to block or avoid it. However, Yuan didn't even try to avoid it and allowed the ice spikes to land on him. "Wow." Liuxiang showed a nervous smile after seeing Yuan tank such a powerful technique with ease. Chapter 1725 Fighting Liuxiang. Chapter 1725 Fighting Liuxiang. A simple notification appeared when Yuan took Liuxiang's ice technique with his bare body. "Oh. I can temper my body like this?" He smiled inwardly. Yuan looked at Liuxiang. "Is that all you've got? Show me some more of your ice techniques since they're quite rare even in the upper heavens." Liuxiang snapped out of her daze and gritted her teeth. 1,000 ice lotus blooms on the battlefield. Hundreds of beautiful frozen lotuses materialized around Yuan, completely surrounding him. Yuan curiously touched one of them, causing it to burst and sending ice shrapnels in every direction. Almost instantaneously, a chain reaction occurred, and in the blink of an eye, all of the ice lotuses exploded. Although the system did not specify, Yuan could feel that his cold resistance was only increasing slightly. Yuan wanted to get at least weak cold resistance by the end of the match, but he didn't want to prolong their match for too long without any reason, as it would raise eyebrows. "You're that tall man's disciple, right? Show me what he taught you. I promise to fight him if one of you manages to defeat me, after all." No wonder why he appeared a little desperate for us to win. Liuxiang sighed. "Forget it. I know I can't win, and I don't feel like fighting you for some reason." Liuxiang shook her head. "You don't? Why not? You fell for me or something?" Yuan teased her, hoping it'd get her riled up. Liuxiang sneered and said, "I am already with the love of my life, so I have no reason to look at another man. Anyway, just as Liuxiang prepared to forfeit, Yuan casually swung his arm, sending a sword light made of pure sword aura at her. Liuxiang hastily created a shield of ice before her, but it lasted only a split second before it was sliced in half. If she hadn't dodged at the same time she created the shield, the sword light would have struck her. Were you going to forfeit because you couldn't harm me with your techniques? I didn't know Kelan raised such a coward, or did you learn that from your partner? Liuxiang's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Seeing this, Yuan clapped. So you finally feel like fighting me? Damn, you're annoying as hell. I will make you regret provoking me. Liuxiang began writing in the air, swiftly creating array symbols. Oh. You're an array master? Yuan was pleasantly surprised that Liuxiang had started using array symbols. A few seconds later, the array symbols that gathered above the arena came together, creating a massive cloud. Soon, it began snowing in the arena. When the snowflakes touched Yuan's body, some of his spiritual energy was eaten away. A formation that gradually weakens your opponents, huh? This is at least a level 3 formation. Not bad. Just like Wang Xiuying, Liuxiang didn't spend all of her time training under Kelan. She also studied array symbols under one of the Grand Mystic sect elders. I can't believe it's only been a year since I started teaching her about array symbols. An old lady sighed in admiration and regret as she stared at Liuxiang's figure from the spectators' area. In just a short year, she went from barely knowing anything about array symbols to becoming a level 3 array master. If she had a better teacher than this useless one, she would have definitely reached higher. Her talents are simply incomprehensible. Liuxiang wasn't finished with just one formation and continued creating more array symbols. Yuan wanted to see what she had planned and purposely allowed her to finish. However, Liuxiang remained alert the entire time, anticipating him to attack at any moment. A few moments later, Liuxiang completed her second formation, one that weakened the strength and those within it. The third one affected Yuan's movements, making him move slower. By the time Liuxiang was finished, she had used up a third of her spiritual energy, but she felt that it was worth it as long as it weakened Yuan enough. To cast 3 formations in just a few moments, what a talented array master, not to mention her young age. The spectators were in awe. You done? Yuan asked her. No, but you are. Liuxiang began bombarding Yuan with ice techniques with her remaining spiritual energy. However, Yuan would not block any of them, allowing them to bombard his body. Seeing this, Kelan subconsciously began tapping his foot. He doesn't have any cold resistance. He's blocking all of her spirit enlightenment attacks with his body. Not only does he have fire harmony, but his physique has also been tempered to a ridiculous degree. How in heaven's name does he have the time to achieve all of this? Did he train inside a time chamber or something? Kelan couldn't fathom how Yuan was able to attain his physique and fire harmony in less than 30 years. While there are time chambers in the upper heavens where time flows differently inside, they are all incredibly rare and scarce, and the time one could spend inside is severely limited. Just what is his background? Is there really such a powerful and resourceful family hidden away somewhere in this world? Before Yuan acquired weak cold resistance, Liuxiang's ice techniques would tickle him. However, after acquiring cold resistance, he wouldn't even feel it touching his body if it weren't for his clothes. Kelan's eyes widened after noticing this. Head gained cold resistance. Just like that? It's only been a few minutes. He exclaimed in a shocked tone. If one could acquire resistance from being struck by another's techniques, then everyone in the world would possess some form of resistance. However, reality didn't work that way. Yet, Yuan had somehow managed to achieve this feat, which explained Kelan's shock and disbelief. Chapter 1726 Cold Resistance. Chapter 1726 Cold Resistance. And no, let's think about this properly. There's no way anyone could achieve resistance after just a few minutes from that level of attack. He must have already been on the verge of attaining cold resistance before fighting her. Yup. This has to be the explanation. Kelan suddenly convinced himself that this must be the explanation, as he found it impossible to believe that Yuan had started from nothing and attained cold resistance in just a few minutes. In other words, he was in denial, unable to accept the reality of Yuan's rapid progress. Meanwhile, on the stage, Liuxiang was sweating buckets after exhausting all of her spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to her, her efforts ended up benefiting Yuan greatly. "Thank you for the training. It helped me a lot," Yuan said to her afterward. "As a thank you, I'll face you seriously." Yuan thought about going easy on Liuxiang because she was his partner. However, after thinking about it, he decided to do the opposite. "Although we've sparred with each other plenty of times, she never really experienced fighting me." Yuan smiled inwardly. No matter how intense their sparring became, it was still just a spar in the end. Even if they fought with full seriousness, Liuxiang never felt threatened because, deep down, she knew Yuan would never hurt her. This made it impossible for Liuxiang and the others close to Yuan understand what it's truly like fighting a monster like Yuan. Facing someone unfathomably stronger than her. This will be a good experience for her, even if it might scare her a bit. Yuan believed that Liuxiang needed this valuable experience since most people tend to freeze from fear, which could be the difference between life and death. A moment later, Yuan's aura surged dramatically, shifting from a suppressed state to one that was outright tyrannical and terrifying. However, it wasn't killing intent. Instead, it was a destructive and ominous aura that radiated immense power. His aura was so overwhelming that Liuxiang instinctively let out a terrified scream as she fell backward onto her buttocks, even raising her arms to shield her face. Jinx and the other demon-sealing faction members instinctively retrieved their weapons and tiptoed as they tried to jump on the stage to protect Liuxiang, but they managed to control themselves at the last second. As a matter of fact, pretty much everyone at the tournament became defensive after sensing Yuan's aura, participants or not. "What's wrong? I only revealed some of my aura, and you're already shaking on the ground?" Yuan spoke as he slowly approached her with small and steady steps. "Get up and show me some more of the ice techniques that you're so proud of." Yuan retrieved his weapon, a spirit-grade spear. Why is he using a spear when he knows sword aura? Kelan frowned, being more intrigued by his weapon of choice than his aura. Suddenly, the tip of Yuan's spear began emitting a sharp aura. That one resembled sword aura. "Spear aura!" Shi Lang exclaimed after seeing his aura. He knows sword aura and spear aura. This was not only Yuan's first time using spear aura. It was actually his first attempt using spear aura. Despite this, he didn't feel unfamiliar with it. After all, the god of war, who had mastered all sorts of weapons, also achieved weapon auras for many of them. The system only recognized his achievement once he used it, even though he had the capability to do so for a long time now. "Where did your bravery a minute ago disappear to? Stand and fight me." Yuan provoked her. However, Liuxiang didn't respond, almost as if she couldn't hear him. Seeing the petrified expression on Liuxiang's face and how much she was shaking, Yuan began to wonder if had scared her a little too much. "She won't hate me when I reveal my identity to her later, right?" He swallowed nervously at that thought. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded, "Stand up and face your opponent properly. Have you forgotten about what I told you?" Kelan could be seen shouting from the Ning family's booth. Hearing Kelan's voice and recalling about the conversation he had with everyone some time ago, Liuxiang gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand up to face Yuan. "If I'm going to stand beside Yuan, who will face many powerful figures in the future, I need to get used to this feeling of overwhelming difference." Liuxiang muttered as she faced her opponent. Seeing this, Yuan smiled behind his mask and said in a genuinely proud voice, "Not bad. Then erase your reward." Yuan's spear flickered the next moment. Liuxiang suddenly felt a sharp pain in the area between her eyebrows. Despite being aware of the formation that protected her life, Liuxiang was not in the situation to remember such things, and her life flashed before her eyes. Yuan. The last image that appeared in Liuxiang's flashback was Yuan's childish face when they were still back at the orphanage before she lost consciousness. Jinx suddenly appeared on the stage to catch Liuxiang's falling body, her gaze staring intently at Yuan, almost as if she wanted to tear him apart. "Are you going to fight me next?" Yuan asked in a provoking tone. "No, I will," Murong said as he entered the stage with a dagger in his grasp. "Sure. Yuan calmly nodded. Jinxi carried Liuxiang off the stage while Murong approached Yuan. You can't scare me with your aura, he said. Oh, really? I swear I saw you flinch when I first emitted it. Yuan laughed. Murong gritted his teeth and eagerly said, Can we start already? You're itching to fight me, huh? Are you her boyfriend, by chance? Anyway, whenever you're REA, before Yuan could even finish his sentence, Murong's figure disappeared like a ghost. A movement technique, huh? Although Yuan couldn't see Murong, he didn't need to, as he could sense Murong's position very clearly with his powerful soul strength and divine sense. There you are, Yuan muttered as he suddenly thrust his spear at a specific spot. Chapter 1727 Fighting Murong. Chapter 1727 Fighting Murong, Che. Murong sucked his teeth when Yuan could see through his movement technique, but he wasn't too surprised, considering his opponent was a genius from the upper heavens. Right as Yuan's spear reached him, Murong's speed abruptly increased, and his figure disappeared again. A split second later, Murong appeared behind Yuan with his dagger diving toward his neck. Absolute penetration. No matter how sturdy your body is, this technique will allow me to bypass all of your defenses. Sure enough, Murong managed to cut Yuan's skin, but only the tip of his blade managed to penetrate his flesh. Still, head managed to make Yuan bleed, an astonishing feat that most wouldn't be able to accomplish. Yet, Murong wasn't finished. After drawing Yuan's blood, he activated another skill that injected poison directly into Yuan's body through the dagger and his wound. Murong quickly distanced himself afterward. Realizing that Murong had poisoned him, Yuan decided to play along and pretended to be affected. What did you do to my body? I just poisoned you with a deadly poison that will melt your internal organs. You'll experience excruciating pain for a bit, but you won't die because of the formation. Murong announced proudly. Ah! Yuan fell to his knees and began trembling and screaming in pain. Ha ha ha. This is what happens when you underestimate us. Know your place. Murong laughed loudly. The spectators were in shock, and they began to believe that Murong had won the fight. However, Kelan suddenly shouted, You fool! You're the one who is underestimating him. Check his body with divine sense. What? Murong frowned and probed Yuan with his divine sense. And my poison is gone. Where did it go? At this point, Yuan stopped pretending to claw at his body from the pain and calmly stood back up. Your poison. My poison immunity dealt with it the second it entered my body. Yuan casually explained. Poison immunity? Murong and the others exclaimed in shock. Poison immunity was one of the most tedious and painful immunities to attain, so it came as a great shock that someone so young had managed to attain such immunity. He has not only fire harmony but also poison immunity at that age. Kelan's expression turned solemn, looking like he was pondering something. Unbeknownst to Kelan, Yuan's poison immunity had reached the maximum level, just like his fire immunity. Otherwise, his reaction would have been a lot more exaggerated. Why you? Murong was speechless, but above all, he felt embarrassed. He instinctively pounced at Yuan, as if to combat his embarrassment. You were so composed just moments ago, but all it took was a little act to completely break you? You still have lots to work on. Yuan commented as he casually dodged Murong before thrusting his spear at him. Ack! Murong made a funny expression when Yuan's spear dug into his neck. However, Yuan wasn't done and infused a tiny amount of his chaotic essence into his spear. The moment Murong sensed Yuan's chaotic essence, it felt as if he's suddenly standing before death's door. Ah! I'm dead. This was all Murong could think of before falling unconscious. You're not going to take him away this time? Yuan looked at Jinxi, who wore a deep frown on her face. Too scared to approach me? Fine. Let me help you. Yuan used his foot to pick up Murong's body before gently tossing him at Jinxi. What was that energy? It's so chaotic. It resembles killing intent, but it also feels different. It's like a mortal standing before a godlike beast. Is this due to his unique cultivation technique? The spectators speculated the origin of Yuan's chaotic essence, but none of them had ever sensed something so foreign. Only Kelan could somewhat identify his chaotic essence. It's similar to the chaotic energy typically found in the primordial chaos and other places inhabitable by humans. Don't tell me his family has managed to create a cultivation technique that allows them to cultivate that chaotic energy? The shock Kelan was experiencing right now was far more than when he realized Yuan had fire harmony. If a cultivation technique that allowed one to cultivate chaotic energy was truly out there, it would change the entire landscape of the cultivation world. It could even usher in a new age of cultivation. This man. I must get him to join the celestial overlords at all costs. Kelan secretly contacted Senior Bai through a communication jade slip meant for emergencies. When Senior Bai answered, Kelan explained the whole situation to him. We must acquire this man at all costs. He will definitely play a massive role in the cultivation world in the future. His potential is even higher than that of Yuan's. Potential higher than Yuan? That is very hard to believe, but I will take your word and notify Lady Su. Unbeknownst to Kelan, his actions would end up sparking a war within the celestial overlords. After their conversation ended, Senior Bai revealed the details of their conversation to the individuals with unfathomably deep cultivation before him. Senior Bai was coincidentally in the middle of a meeting with most of the upper echelons of the celestial overlords when Kelan called, and everyone there was at least within the rank of overlord, meaning several celestial overlords were present as well. Knowing Kelan would only use the emergency contact when it involved Yuan or his friends, Su Jieqi allowed Senior Bai to accept the call. A monster from a hidden family who, while not even at the age of 30, has cultivated fire harmony, poison immunity, and an extreme physique. He might also have a cultivation technique that allows him to cultivate chaos chi. Does Kelan really expect us to believe such a mythical being exists? Talk about being delusional. Ahahaha. A bulky man laughed out loud after hearing the information. Regardless of its believability, we should still send someone to verify this information and check out the individual. If this individual turns out to be as formidable as Kelan claimed, we might have another celestial overlord in the future. Another individual spoke. Who should we send? The overlords there turned to look at the 3 celestial overlords before them. Chapter 1728 End of Tournament of Rising Stars. Chapter 1728 End of Tournament of Rising Stars, a heaven-defying talent that would make even the most talented individuals in the 9 heavens look ordinary. I don't believe such a being exists, nor am I going to waste my time finding out, said a handsome man with long black hair tied into a ponytail. The second celestial overlord looked at Su Jieqi and said, "Why don't you go and check him out, senior sister Su? It's been a while since you last recruited someone with significant talents in the faction." Su Jieqi remained silent, as did Senior Bai. The information that a monster like Yuan existed in the celestial overlords was strictly restricted due to Su Jieqi's efforts to keep his existence hidden until he was powerful enough to walk amongst them properly with his head held high. If the members of the celestial overlords realized that someone not even in the divine realm was among their elite ranks, some might find issues with it and cause trouble for Yuan. While celestial overlords like Su Jieqi hold immense authority in the faction, they were not in complete command over every member in the faction due to the existence of more than one celestial overlord, each having their own group or sub-faction. For example, the faction had 4 members at the rank of celestial overlords, and each would hold a certain percentage of control over the faction. That percentage varied based on how many members each of the celestial overlords or their members had recruited. The members' loyalty toward each celestial overlord also varied. As of this moment, Su Jieqi had the lowest percentage, but those within her group could be considered the elite of elites, consisting of the most powerful members in the faction. As for the other celestial overlords, they had Su Jieqi beat in quantity. Moreover, while numbers play a big role, it wasn't as if the members of the faction could recruit anybody they saw to inflate their numbers. "I'll pass," Su Jieqi said. Why not? I thought you loved gathering those with extreme talents. This guy sounds like he's right up your alley. Su Jieqi feared that if she recruited this mysterious monster and the others found out about Yuan's existence later on, things might get messy due to her monopoly of 2 monsters. While she wasn't afraid of the other celestial overlords or their complaining, she feared that it might cause strife and affect the entire faction. I only need Yuan. They can have this guy. Su Jieqi thought to herself. She was also aware of how powerful Yuan's heaven-refining physique could become, so she wasn't worried about his potential being surpassed by some nobody. I have enough talented individuals by my side already. If I get another one, you'll all be complaining, especially if his talent is as amazing as Kelan claims, anyway. Su Jieqi sneered. Are you sure? Kelan is from your group, so you have priority over this man, regardless of our feelings. Yes, I am sure. Su Jieqi's decision really surprised and puzzled many individuals there. She would typically be the first to jump at the opportunity to recruit someone highly talented, but she didn't seem interested this time for some reason. Unbeknownst to them, Su Jieqi had already secretly recruited a monster and thought this new monster wasn't worth unnecessary drama. Only Senior Bai understood Su Jieqi's thoughts. In that case, I'll go take a look at this young man, said the third celestial overlord. She was sitting beside Su Jieqi and was the one who addressed her as senior sister. Don't come complaining to me if he turns out to be the real deal, okay? Celestial Overlord Qing, are you going to go down yourself, or should one of us go in your stead? One of the overlords there asked. There's a reason Kelan didn't outright recruit him but contacted Overlord Bai instead. Would you send your servant to invite an emperor to your banquet? No, you'd show up yourself to show your sincerity. Celestial Overlord Qing explained her reasoning. Sometime later, Senior Bai notified Kelan that Celestial Overlord Qing would be the one to recruit Yuan. Naturally, Kelan was incredibly upset by this decision. Why would she be the one coming? I notified you because I wanted Celestial Overlord Su to recruit him. Senior Bai explained the skepticism the others had about his information and Su Jieqi's reason for not recruiting another monster. They think I am misunderstanding something? That's outrageous and slanderous. When have I ever made a bad judgment of talents? I'm telling you that Celestial Overlord Su will immensely regret not having this guy in her group. He's even more monstrous than Yuan. What's done has been done. Unless you are willing to risk offending Celestial Overlord Qing and recruit him before she arrives, go ahead. Kelan swallowed nervously at the thought of offending another Celestial Overlord, one that was not in his group. Had essentially make an enemy out of everyone under Celestial Overlord Qing. Why did the Celestial Overlords split up in such a fashion? I heard it wasn't like this when the founder was still alive. Kelan sighed. The Celestial Overlords were in complete unity when the founder of the Celestial Overlords was still in control. There were even more Celestial Overlords at that time than currently. Yet, nobody tried to fight for authority or acquire more control, and they were all loyal to the founder. Lady Su is currently working to return the Celestial Overlords to its former glory. However, these things take a tremendous amount of time and energy. Senior Bai said. Also, she believes in Yuan more, even if he may be a little behind now. I also believe in Yuan, but there's truly something unfathomable about this man surnamed Xiao. Whatever. If Celestial Overlord Su refuses to recruit him, there's nothing else I can do. I also don't want to offend Celestial Overlord Qing, as she's also very scary in her own right. Meanwhile, Yuan faced his next moment, a young man wielding a sword. Wang Ming, and he'll be your next opponent. A sword, huh? Let me change my weapon real quick. Yuan swapped his spear for a sword. Their fight began shortly later. Neither of them really spoke to each other. Instead, they used their swords to do the talking. Wang Ming's sword gushed with powerful sword aura, but it was still behind Yuan's ordinary sword aura. Realizing this, Wang Ming used his cultivation to make up for the difference. Only being weaker than Li Jinxi, Wang Ming was the second strongest member of the Demon's Sealing faction, and his performance only further solidified his position. His movements were perfectly executed, and his sword techniques were on the verge of perfection. His sword aura was also impressive for someone his age, something only seen in the upper heavens. Yet, despite his excellence, he was still several steps behind Yuan, in every aspect. Damn it. This is exactly like fighting Yuan. Wang Ming gritted his teeth when he realized he couldn't gain any advantage or overpower his opponent, and he was having flashbacks of his first encounter with Yuan. You're not bad, but in my eyes, you're only slightly better than my last opponent. Yuan provoked him. Wang Ming's eyes flickered with fighting spirit, and his aura abruptly soared. Sword energy. Wang Ming swung his sword at Yuan, releasing a powerful beam of energy that resembled Yuan's heaven-splitting sword strike. Humph, Yuan also swung his sword, but instead of using sword aura, his sword displayed enhanced sword aura, cutting right through Wang Ming's technique. Enhanced sword aura? Kelan cried out loud as he witnessed Wang Ming being struck. Enhanced sword aura. Wang Ming muttered in disbelief as he felt the sensation of his body being sliced in half. Not just sword aura and spear aura, but he also knows enhanced sword aura. There's no way he's less than 30 years old. Kelan started to question Yuan's true age, as his achievement seemed far too extraordinary for someone so young. No way. He defeated another Spirit Enlightenment cultivator while only being Spirit Grandmaster. How is this making any sense? That must be enhanced sword aura just now. It's my first time witnessing it, but it's so distinct from sword aura. While the spectators were in an uproar, Yuan looked at Li Jinxi and inquired, "Are you next?" After a moment of silence, she said, "I want to, but I will deal with you once I finish this tournament." "If you say so." Yuan looked at the other participants, who all appeared to be stricken with immense fear. "I guess there will be no more challengers for now." Yuan returned to the Ning family's booth the next moment. The tournament resumed shortly after, but most of the top 20 participants had lost their desire to fight. In the end, Li Jinxi swept away the rest of the tournament without any effort and became the champion. The champion of this year's Tournament of Rising Stars is Li Jinxi, a rogue cultivator. The judge announced. The crowd cheered for her, but the celebration was short-lived since everyone knew there was still one more fight left to be fought. After winning the tournament, Li Jinxi stepped onto one of the stages and beckoned Yuan with a finger. Once Yuan entered the stage, he said, "Since this is the last fight, and I can tell you're different from the others, let's make use of this entire stadium instead of just a single stage." "I am fine with that," she calmly said. Chapter 1729 3-4 Realms. Chapter 1729 3-4 Realms. Since not just the arenas but the entire stadium was protected by formations, Li Jinxi and Yuan's fight would not be deadly, as long as they didn't go overboard. "Whenever you are ready." Yuan stood before Li Jinxi with a calm demeanor, almost as if she was no different than the others. "Before we fight, how about we make another rule? To allow the usage of treasures above spirit grade? I don't think we'll be able to have a proper fight with so many limitations." Yuan didn't immediately respond to her suggestion. While lowering the restrictions will definitely make the fight much more entertaining, it will also make the fight much more dangerous. "I don't think I like that idea. I am doing this for fun, not because I want to kill you." Yuan eventually shook his head, rejecting the idea. He was also worried that he might accidentally reveal his true identity by fighting seriously. "You think you can kill me?" Li Jinxi's aura suddenly soared towards the heavens, and her peak of spirit enlightenment cultivation began inching toward the next realm. In the blink of an eye, Li Jinxi's cultivation reached the first level of Divine Warrior. However, that wasn't the end, and her cultivation continued to soar. The audience all wore expressions of awe and shock on their faces as they watched Li Jinxi's cultivation through the levels of Divine Warrior and enter Divine Master. Yet, Li Jinxi did not appear to be finished yet. By the end, Li Jinxi's cultivation stopped at the 4th level of Divine Grandmaster. Heavens! A Divine Grandmaster before even reaching the age of 30? Her potential rivals those geniuses in the upper heavens. No. Maybe she came from the upper heavens. If she had managed to reach that level in the lower heavens. I cannot even imagine how much she'd grow in the upper heavens. Divine Grandmaster, huh? What a surprise. Yuan said in a surprised voice. I will warn you now that I can fight someone 3, even 4 realms above my own cultivation. If you don't want to lose miserably, you should lower some of those limitations to increase your own cultivation. Li Jinxi spoke in a scornful tone, almost as if she was looking down on Yuan from a place far above him. 3 to 4 realms, huh? I see. Yuan chuckled. He pointed at her and continued, all right, I'll lower some of the limitations, but not for me. What? Li Jinxi frowned. You can use treasures above spirit grade, up to celestial grade treasures. However, I will continue to use my spirit grade treasure. Li Jinxi wasn't too happy about being looked down upon. What kind of nonsense is, hey? Yuan suddenly interrupted, and his aura skyrocketed. However, his cultivation remained only at Spirit Grandmaster. Who do you think you are? Under this heaven, only I am allowed to look down on others. Yuan used True Dragon Awakening, causing his aura to explode. The entire stadium suddenly felt suffocating, and everyone struggled to breathe as a crushing pressure filled the air. Shimei's body trembled violently, her very bloodline resonating with an overwhelming sense of fear. Due to the stark difference between Dragon Awakening and True Dragon Awakening, Shimei was unable to recognize Yuan, not to mention she was overwhelmed by intense fear. What kind of bloodline does he have? Shimei fell to her knees as she stared at Yuan's silhouette with trembling eyes, her teeth clattering as if she were freezing to death. The blood within her responded to the dragon god's blood essence inside Yuan, filling her with an instinctive sense of reverence. It was as though she were standing before her own god, her very being compelled to admire his presence. Kelan stood up again. This presence. He's not human but a dragon. This explains a lot, he almost couldn't believe it. You. Li Jinxi gritted her teeth as she struggled to remain standing before Yuan's oppressive aura. However, Yuan's aura suddenly vanished. Although it was only active for a few seconds, and it wasn't all of his aura, had knocked out the majority of the audience with his aura alone. So, are you still underestimating me, Miss 3 to 4 realms? Li Jinxi clenched her fists in frustration, but she couldn't respond. After a moment of silence, she silently tossed the spirit grade sword in her grasp away before using her own treasure. That's more like it. Yuan laughed out loud. This son of a bitch is even crazier than Yuan. She cried inwardly. With the Golden Empress in her grasp, Li Jinxi flew at Yuan. As she swung the Golden Empress, it suddenly became engulfed with a golden flame-like aura. Seeing this golden flame, Yuan instinctively dodged it despite having fire immunity. So he doesn't just block anything and everything with his body, huh? Li Jinxi sneered inwardly. The Golden Empress had a special ability that directly ignored all fire resistance, so it would have gone through Yuan's fire resistance and damaged him. Naturally, the damage would have only been superficial even if the attack landed, and Yuan could have easily healed from the damage afterward, but he didn't want to reveal his regenerative ability, as it could expose his true identity. Is dodging all you can do? You were barking so damn loud just now, too. Li Jinxi provoked when Yuan continued dodging her attacks without striking back. Was that pressure you displayed also just for show? Yuan blocked her next strike with enhanced sword aura and said, I just didn't want to end the fight so soon, but if you insist. Yuan began striking back without using any techniques, as it'd easily reveal his identity. Li Jinxi noticed this detail and wondered if Yuan didn't know any proper techniques at all since had spent all of his time improving other aspects. His overall prowess is ridiculously high, but he lacks techniques. This is why his attacks thus far have been incredibly simple. This is his disadvantage. Realizing this, Li Jinxi became more confident in her chances of winning. Chapter 1730 Reincarnators. Chapter 1730 Reincarnators. With his True Dragon Awakening, Yuan was able to withstand Li Jinxi's cultivation at the 4th level of Divine Grandmaster whilst only being a Spirit Grandmaster himself. His Chaotic Dragon Core also assisted him even though he didn't utilize any of his chaotic essence. Li Jinxi's swordsmanship was perfect, but in terms of combat experience, she was still far behind Yuan, even if her past experience was taken into account. Li Jinxi was a formidable immortal in her previous life, but Yuan specialized in fighting immortals more than ordinary cultivators. Li Jinxi, having fought many immortals before, could tell that the man before her was as formidable as one, if not even more powerful. There was no opening in Yuan's defense, and every time he strikes, he leaves her no room to counterattack. Li Jinxi would normally risk attacking him, but knowing that a single mistake could end their match, she didn't dare to risk it. After several hundred exchanges, Yuan purposefully gave Li Jinxi the opportunity to attack, but he made sure not to make it too obvious. Li Jinxi saw the chance and took it. Her sword shone brightly as it unleashed one of its unique abilities. Golden Goddess. A golden silhouette suddenly emerged from the Golden Empress, taking the form of a beautiful female avatar who greatly resembled Li Jinxi. This golden avatar was a manifestation of the Golden Empress memories of Jinxi. This meant that the golden avatar had her fighting experience, techniques, and even habits. Its cultivation was even higher than Li Jinxi, being at the peak of Divine Grandmaster. 1 versus 2, huh? Yuan muttered with a slight smile on his face. Once Jinxi's avatar began fighting alongside Li Jinxi, they were able to push Yuan back by constantly throwing powerful techniques at him. Golden Empress Sword Dance. Li Jinxi began executing a series of swift and powerful sword techniques, each faster and more threatening than the last. Jinxi's avatar used her own technique at the same time, supporting Li Jinxi from the rear with long-distance sword techniques. Heavens! What a fight! This isn't something you'd expect to witness in the fourth heaven. The audience watched with their mouths agape. Li Jinxi displayed techniques and combat prowess meant for immortals, and Yuan could somehow withstand them while only being at the peak of Spirit Grandmaster. Although that man from the upper heavens is a monster, that beauty is also a monster. Two monsters fighting each other. I cannot imagine what sort of beings they'll become in the future. Their names will definitely spread throughout the 9 heavens. The audience cheered louder and louder as the fight progressed. And this isn't even all he can do. Kelan's body trembled with anticipation as he imagined fighting Yuan at his full prowess. However, he then realized that if Li Jinxi failed to defeat Yuan, he would also lose his own chance to face Yuan in battle. Li Jinxi. You better defeat him, or I will not forgive you. Kelan cried out in a desperate voice. As their fight reached its climax, Yuan said to her through voice transmission, "You don't fight like an ordinary genius. Are you, by any chance, a reincarnator?" Wah! Yuan's sudden remarks took Li Jinxi by surprise, causing her to misstep, nearly falling on her face. "Judging by your reaction, I guess ID hit the mark." Yuan continued to tease her. You are also a reincarnator?" Li Jinxi glared at him with a serious frown. "Yes, and if I said that I have reincarnated more than once, would you believe me?" Li Jinxi swallowed nervously. Reincarnated more than once? That's just like Yuan, but it explains his abnormal prowess, she thought inwardly. Li Jinxi had suspected there would be more reincarnators like Yuan and herself after realizing it was possible, but she never had any solid proof. As for Xiao and Liuxiang, they would only speak about their past lives with Yuan, so Li Jinxi was unaware of their background. What happened? Why did they suddenly stop fighting? The spectators were puzzled when the two of them abruptly stopped their match. They appear to be talking with each other through voice transmission. I wonder what they are talking about. Nobody there dared to eavesdrop on their conversation, Kelan included, as it would be incredibly rude and offensive if caught. If Li Jinxi has such a serious expression, it must be a fairly important subject. Kelan wanted to eavesdrop, but he feared it would mess with their chances to recruit him. What do you know about reincarnations? Yuan asked Li Jinxi. Clearly not as much as you, she said. If you defeat me, I'll tell you. I can keep this up forever, but you are starting to run low on spiritual energy, right? How about unleashing your most powerful technique for your next strike? Otherwise, you'd suffer a boring defeat. Li Jinxi could tell that he was telling the truth just by his calm and relaxed composure. Meanwhile, she was sweating bullets and breathing heavily. Summoning Jin's Eye's avatar had exhausted a third of her reserve, and it needed a constant supply of spiritual energy to continue functioning. At this rate, it'll run out of spiritual energy in a few hours and lose by default. Li Jinxi gritted her teeth. I refuse to lose in such a manner to someone who isn't Yuan. Her eyes burned with determination. Seeing Li Jinxi begin gathering her spiritual energy, Yuan smiled and spoke with enthusiasm, "Don't disappoint me now." A few moments later, Li Jinxi finished gathering every drop of her remaining spiritual energy and unleashed it at Yuan. Golden Empress Absolute Decree. Li Jinxi raised the Golden Empress above her head as it grew until it became even larger than the stadium itself. Heavens! Is she trying to destroy the entire stadium? Emperor Ning cried out loud. Don't worry, I will ensure the safety of everyone, including the stadium, Kelan assured him. The next moment, Li Jinxi swung the massive sword at Yuan. As the golden sword began descending, Yuan's eyes flickered with a vicious glint. Sword God's Apex Sword Art, wait, that's... Li Jinxi's eyes widened after seeing Yuan's unique sword stance, but before she could say anything, her vision blanked, followed by a certain notification. Chapter 1731 Killing Li Jinx. Chapter 1731 Killing Li Jinx. The entire stadium became dead silent after Yuan killed Li Jinxi, most of it due to the system's interference, as Li Jinxi was a player. Despite the notification, Yuan didn't budge an inch, almost as if had become a stone statue. However, if one were to look underneath his clothes, one would see his entire body covered in sweat. I accidentally killed her. Yuan cried inwardly after his mind slowly comprehended the situation. The Sword God's Apex Sword Art was a celestial rank technique, but Yuan figured Li Jinxi would be able to survive it even without the formation. Moreover, had only used a fraction of its power. Yet, the sword technique was much stronger than had anticipated, destroying the formation and killing Li Jinxi instantaneously. He wanted to log off immediately and see if Li Jinxi was okay, but he was unable to do so. After snapping out of his daze, Yuan turned to look at Kelan and hastily shouted, It was an accident. I swear I didn't kill her on purpose." However, Kelan didn't react, almost as if he couldn't hear Yuan's voice, seemingly shocked about something. That sword technique contained the power of the void. He's managed to comprehend the power of the void before reaching the age of 30? There's simply no way. Kelan cried inwardly. The power of the void was something humans have been trying to master since its existence was revealed to the cultivation world. However, not a single human has ever fully mastered the power of the void to this very day. Although Yuan only displayed a slight understanding of such power, it was still more than what Kelan and many immortals could comprehend. As for Yuan, had accidentally used the power of the void when using Sword God's Apex Sword Art because it felt natural, almost as if the technique was created to be used with the power of the void. Meanwhile, after dying to Yuan, Li Jinxi sat up on her bed with a dazed look on her face. I died, she subconsciously checked her body. A few seconds later, she sighed in relief. I didn't lose my ability to cultivate. Once she confirmed that the death didn't affect her cultivation, Li Jinxi immediately began thinking about the technique that killed her. That sword stance looked very familiar. I think her death had happened too fast, and she wasn't able to get a good look at Yuan's sword technique before she blacked out. A few moments later, Li Jinxi could hear several pairs of footsteps running in the hallway, and they were all getting closer to her room. Soon, her door was being knocked on. Sister Jinxi, are you okay? Wang Bingbing's voice resounded. Li Jinxi went to open the door to find Wang Bingbing, Wang Xiaoying, and Mei Xiao standing outside her room. Yes, I am fine. The death didn't affect my cultivation, Li Jinxi nodded. I can't believe that man actually killed you. Wait until Yuan hears about this. Wang Xiaoying said. He said it was an accident, but who knows if he's telling the truth or not. Mei Xiao sighed. At least you didn't lose your ability to cultivate, or that would have been disastrous. Wang Bingbing said. Li Jinxi clenched her hands tightly into fists, and she muttered, I didn't think I'd lose so miserably. I'm sorry for letting you all down. Why are you the one apologizing when everyone lost to him? That man could give even a monster like Yuan a run for his money. Wang Bingbing said. Speaking of Yuan, any news from him? Meishou shook her head and said, he was still asleep when I left the room just now. I see. Sometime later, everyone but Li Jinxi returned to Cultivation Online to see Yuan being confronted by Kelan. I boastfully claimed that nobody would die under my watch just a second before you killed Li Jinxi. I am both angry and ashamed, not for you but for myself. However, even if I was aware of your intentions, would not have been able to stop that attack unless my understanding of the power of the void surpasses your understanding, which it does not. I didn't intend to kill her. Truly. Yuan sighed. I know, but since you're from the upper heavens, you should already know that you didn't really kill her. Still, it could affect her cultivation. Even if that's the case, there are methods to restore her ability to cultivate. What? Really? Yuan was pleasantly surprised to hear this and inquired for more information. Just like how a crippled Dantian could be healed with treasures, there are methods to heal someone with a damaged soul. It'll be costly, but it's possible. In the case she lost her ability to cultivate due to a damaged soul, we, the Celestial Overlords, have the capability to heal her. I see. The Celestial Overlords are truly capable, Yuan said, relieved to learn that a player losing their ability to cultivate after death wasn't necessarily permanent. By the way, do you belong to a faction? Kelan suddenly asked. Are you trying to recruit me now? Kelan scratched his head in a somewhat awkward manner. Well, I do, but I won't, because there will be someone even more amazing than me coming to recruit you soon. What? Can you elaborate? Yuan asked in a puzzled tone. Kelan scratched his head a little harder, seemingly perplexed about something. Ah. Forget it. Since we're already at this point, I might as well tell you now. One of the Celestial Overlords, the highest authority in our faction, will be coming down to personally recruit you soon. What? Yuan muttered in a dazed voice after hearing this. This person, is it Celestial Overlord Su? He couldn't help but ask. No, it's someone else. Why did you mention Celestial Overlord Su? Do you know her? Kelan asked with raised eyebrows. Yuan sighed after realizing the trouble coming their way and said to him through voice transmission, Hey, let's go somewhere private. I need to speak with you. Ah, bring the children you brought with you. Huh. Sure. Kelan casually nodded, not thinking much of Yuan's request. Chapter 1732 Revealing his identity. Chapter 1732 Revealing his identity. Sometime later, Yuan and Kelan went over to Emperor Ning to say goodbye. Before you leave, can you give this reward to that young lady who won the tournament? Emperor Ning handed the innate miracle pill to Kelan. Kelan brought the demon sealing faction and Yuan to a nearby area afterward. How much time do we have before the Celestial Overlord arrives to recruit me? Yuan inquired. We have a few more days. Why? All right. Let's go to the myriad of techniques, then. Why the myriad of techniques? Kelan raised an eyebrow, feeling like Yuan was being oddly specific and familiar with their background. That's Overlord Bay's territory, no? What I have to tell you guys is incredibly important and cannot be leaked. I need a safe place to reveal this information to you. Kelan's eyes widened. This was their first time meeting, so why does he have something so important to tell them? Does this have something to do with Yuan? Meishou suddenly asked with an observant face. He silently nodded. Huh? Yuan? You know Yuan? Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes. So you've known about us this entire time? I cannot reveal any more here. Alright, it'll bring us to the myriad of techniques right now. Kelan retrieved a talisman and burned it with spiritual energy. The next moment, everyone around him was enveloped by a golden light before they vanished into thin air. The scenery flickered before Yuan and the others, and before they realized it, they were suddenly in front of the myriad of techniques. The talisman worked similarly to the teleport stones in the Primal Expanse, but they were incredibly valuable and limited in travel distance due to humans' lack of understanding of the power of the void. They entered the myriad of techniques and went straight into Senior Bai's world, as Kelan had been given permission by Senior Bai to do so without his presence in case of emergencies. Once they were inside Senior Bai's world and protected from eavesdrops and the Celestial Emperor's interference, Yuan said to them, "Before I begin, I would like to apologize for messing with you all. I kept my identity hidden because I couldn't let the public know that I am still in, and I wanted you all to experience what fighting me without knowing it's me was like." Wait, that voice. Liuxiang muttered in a dazed voice after recognizing Yuan's voice, as Head stopped disguising his voice after entering Senior Bai's world. Yuan removed his mask, revealing his handsome face to them. "Sorry, it was me this entire time," he said with an apologetic smile. "Why, Yuan?" Kelan screamed, sounding like Head just witnessed his ancestors crawling out of their graves. "Why you? It was you this entire time?" Shi Lang exclaimed. "Fucking fuck. I knew it. I knew something was off." Wang Ming cried out loud. "Damn. I really thought there was someone more monstrous than you for a moment there." Murong sighed loudly. "Wah. You really scared me during the fight, Yuan." Liuxiang went to embrace him. She merely rubbed her eyes and sighed. "I knew your dragon scent was familiar, but there was something very different about it, and it threw me off." "Yuan, when did you return?" Xiao asked him. "A few days before the tournament started. When I left the Primal Expanse, I found myself at the Ning family's residence, and upon hearing about the Grand Mystic sect participating in the tournament, I figured I'd wait to see if you guys would show up. After confirming that you guys were also participating, I wanted to see how much you guys have grown firsthand, hence my interference." About Sister Jinxi." Wang Bingbing looked at him with a puzzled expression on her face. Yeah. I accidentally killed her. I'd like to personally apologize to her, but I cannot do that." Yuan shook his head. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao asked with a slightly worried tone, sensing something was off. "Before I say anything, Meili, Ying, you're still affected by the Celestial Emperor's curse, so let's have that removed first." Yuan retrieved the sacred chalice of purification. What kind of treasure is that?" Kelan finally snapped out of his daze and asked him. "A treasure I acquired in the Primal Expanse. It has the ability to remove curses, including the one the Celestial Emperor placed on every being below the seventh heaven. This will allow her to understand our existence as players." "Such a powerful treasure exists?" "The Celestial Emperor's curse isn't an ordinary curse." Meili and Lan Ying fed the chalice some of their blood, and a few moments later, they were no longer forced to ignore the existence of players. Yuan explained their existence to them shortly after. "Heavens. To think my way of thinking had been controlled by someone without my knowledge this entire time, how terrifying." Meili shivered from fear after realizing the truth. What a horrible thing to do to someone, and they didn't even warn us. Lan Ying sighed. "Alright, now that we're all on the same page. The Celestial Emperor is targeting me for some reason, and my access to the system has been blocked. Basically, I've been banned from Cultivation Online." Yuan revealed. What the hell? Something like that can happen?" Wang Xiaoying muttered. Yuan nodded and continued, "Once someone has their access to the system blocked, they will no longer be able to access Cultivation Online. In other words, they won't be able to enter the 9 heavens." "Wait. If that's the case, how are you still here?" Kelan asked. "Don't ask me how or why, but I've been given access to another system, allowing me to stay inside Cultivation Online. However, there are a few issues, one of them being that I am no longer allowed to log off and return to Earth." "What?" Liuxiang and the others cried out loud. "This is why I didn't notify any of you of my return and why I cannot apologize to Li Jinxi until she returns to Cultivation Online after her death cooldown. If you cannot log out, what are you going to do now?" Xiao asked once everyone comprehended the situation. I will need to re-establish the connection between Earth and the 9 heavens through the Dragon Spiral Mountain as soon as possible, allowing me to travel to the 9 heavens with my real body, and I have to do so without alerting the Celestial Emperor, he said. Chapter 1733 Inevitable Involvement. Chapter 1733 Inevitable Involvement. So your destination is the Dragon Spiral Mountain in the 7th heaven, huh? Do you intend on going straight there? Kelan asked after hearing his plans. That. I am not sure yet. I am afraid that I might reveal my presence if I ascend normally. Yuan shook his head. When a player successfully ascends to the next realm, there will always be an announcement, and it paves the way for the other players, allowing everyone to ascend. However, if I wait for the other players to ascend for me, it'd take way too long. Kelan then asked, why do you have to evade the Celestial Emperor, anyway? Did you do something to offend him? I don't know. Yuan shook his head. In reality, he had an idea why the Celestial Emperor was hunting him, but he didn't want to reveal information about his past lives if he didn't need to. Besides the Demon Sealing faction and those following him, nobody else was aware of his past lives. The Celestial Overlords could help you, you know? I don't know about the rest of the faction, but Celestial Overlord Su wouldn't hesitate to confront the Celestial Emperor for you. If you reveal your talents to the others, I'm sure they'd also be willing to assist you. Kelan said. Being one of the most powerful factions in the 9 heavens, the Celestial Overlords had more than just fame to their name. If they truly wanted, they could force even someone as powerful as the Celestial Emperor to act. However, Yuan immediately rejected that idea and said, no, I cannot involve the faction, especially when the Celestial Emperor is clearly hostile toward me. I don't want to cause you guys trouble. Kelan frowned and said, wrong. As you're already a member of the Celestial Overlords, we are obligated to protect you, unless you committed treason or did something we cannot defend, such as murdering innocent mortals or being a demon worshipper. Did you do anything that would harm our reputation? Kelan asked him with raised eyebrows, his tone somewhat nervous. He truly wouldn't be surprised if Yuan had done something he wasn't supposed to do. What? Of course not. I did no such thing in this life. Yuan said. Kelan found Yuan's phrasing a little weird and oddly specific, but he didn't think too much about it. Then there should be no problem with the Celestial Overlords helping you. If the Celestial Emperor is truly hunting you down, we will have to get involved sooner or later. Yuan fell silent. He wasn't sure if he should get the Celestial Overlords involved. No. Now that I think about it, the Celestial Overlords clashing with the Celestial Emperor might be inevitable since the Celestial Overlords was founded by one of my past lives. After a moment of silence, Yuan nodded, okay. However, don't let the Celestial Emperor know that I am still in the 9 heavens, just in case. Kelan nodded, I will let Celestial Overlord Su know. Hell, you can tell her yourself. I don't know if I will be able to convince her not to kick down the Celestial Emperor's door in anger. I can tell her myself. When can I speak with her? Since you're here, we can ask Overlord Bai to bring her to this world. We also need to resolve the situation with Celestial Overlord Qing, who will be coming to recruit you. You can deal with her. You were the one who caused this mess, after all. Yuan quickly said. What? How can you put all the blame on me? If you hadn't hidden your identity, I wouldn't have contacted them. We can talk about that later. Right now, let's focus on how I can ascend to the 7th heaven without alerting the Celestial Emperor. Yuan then said. Wang Xiuying suddenly spoke, what if you have someone bring you to the 7th heaven, like how I was brought to the 2nd heaven after the Mystic Realm? Kelan then said, no, that won't work. We cannot bring anyone without restriction. There are rules and guidelines we have to follow. Bringing someone to the 2nd heaven from the lower heaven may have fewer restrictions, but the upper heavens are different. At the end of the day, we won't be able to bring him to the upper heavens while hiding his identity. Can't you just sneak him there? Wuxia asked. There is a barrier that separates every realm in the 9 heavens, and it will prevent unauthorized beings from passing. We can force our way through it, but it'd instantly alert the Celestial Emperor. Kelan explained. How about we climb the stairway to heaven for you? Xiao suddenly suggested. I think we have a good chance of ascending at our current level. Kelan looked at her and said, you'll probably have no issue ascending to the 5th heaven and even the 6th heaven, but the 7th heaven is a different beast. Besides Yuan and Liuxiang, I don't think anyone here will be able to pass it anytime soon. However, Yuan shook his head and said, it's fine. I think I have another method to ascend without alerting the Celestial Emperor. Oh? What method? Kelan looked at him with genuine intrigue. I don't know, but I know someone who might, he said. Yuan continued, anyway, now that we understand my situation, let's talk about you guys. Us? Wang Ming and the others pointed at themselves. Yes, you guys. To avoid the Celestial Emperor coming after you guys for being associated with me, I will have to limit our contact for now. And since you've done so well training with Kelan for the last 3 years, I figured it'd be fine if you continue to follow and train under him. Yuan looked at Kelan and asked, you wouldn't mind taking care of them for a little longer, right? I can ask Senior Bai if you're too busy. No, I don't mind. In fact, I already have plans for them since none of them were able to defeat you during the tournament. Kelan responded with a cold smile. The Demon Sealing faction members trembled after seeing his smile. However, it won't be for free. In exchange for my assistance, I want you to spar with me right here and now. Kelan looked at Yuan with an excited smile. Chapter 1734 Kelan's Plan. Chapter 1734 Kelan's Plan, what's with you and sparring? Yuan sighed. How about this? Instead of sparring with a suppressed cultivation, we will have a real fight when I catch up to your cultivation. You'll also have more fun that way. What? That'll take forever. I want to fight you right now. Kelan said, sounding like a spoiled brat. Yuan rubbed his eyes and said in a defeated voice, fine, I'll spar with you, but it'll only be for a little. That's more like it. Kelan immediately suppressed his cultivation to match Yuan. Are you sure? You can increase your cultivation a little more if you want. Yuan said. Yes, it'll be fine. I won't complain even if you defeat me in an instant, Kelan nodded. Yuan turned to look at the others and said, can you give us some space? The further, the better. Once Xiao and the others were far enough, Yuan said to Kelan. I will come at you with my full strength. Don't blame me if I kill you by accident. Yuan activated True Dragon Awakening and unleashed his aura in the next instant. An overwhelming pressure, several times more intense than what he had displayed during the tournament, permeated throughout Senior Bai's world, causing those who sensed it to tremble uncontrollably. Heavens! What he showed us during the tournament was only a fraction of his true power. Murong cried out loud. Kelan wore a nervous smile on his face after sensing Yuan's aura, and he began regretting not taking Yuan's offer moments ago. Seeing his expression, Yuan smiled and said, it's not too late to increase your cultivation. No. I am fine. Kelan responded, stuttering at the beginning. Suit yourself. Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven and activated God of War's astral arts next. Boom! Yuan's aura continued to skyrocket, and just his presence alone was enough to cause instability in Senior Bai's world. Wait a second. This is just a spar. Are you really trying to kill me? Kelan exclaimed after sensing real killing intent from Yuan's gaze. What are you talking about? You're the one who asked for this. Yuan further strengthened his aura with his chaotic essence, causing cracks to appear in the world. Fuck. Hell, kill all of us at this rate. Kelan cried inwardly. He raised his hand and sighed the next moment. Alright, you win. We can postpone our match until we have a proper stage to fight on. Since Overlord Bai isn't here, the world is much weaker, and it will definitely collapse if we fight here. Yuan smiled and said, if you say so. His overwhelming presence instantly vanished, and the world began repairing itself shortly after. Once everything returned to normal, Kelan said, I plan on bringing your friends to the upper heavens, to my sect, where I will be able to train them properly. Can you bring so many people with you at once? Yuan inquired. Of course. It's going to be a little expensive, but I can manage. I can even bring you along, if you don't mind your identity being revealed, that is. Thanks for the offer, but I should be fine. Where are you going to take us, exactly? Liuxiang asked. The seventh heaven. So we won't be able to see each other until Yuan reaches the seventh heaven. I don't know if I like the sound of that. Liuxiang muttered with a perplexed expression on her face. She wouldn't have minded if Yuan could log off, as they would still be able to meet on Earth. However, with Yuan unable to log off, they were essentially separated for an unknown period of time. It could be years before we see each other again. Xiao and the others also became dejected after realizing this. It's just a few years. I promise I will try to reach the seventh heaven as soon as possible. Also, it's not like we won't be able to see each other. Look at where we are now. We can still meet in the myriad of techniques since it can be accessed from every realm. Yuan said. Now that you mention it. Liuxiang couldn't believe that she'd forgotten about the myriad of techniques despite being there currently. If we can still see each other here, I guess I won't mind going to the seventh heaven. Yuan nodded with a smile. However, someone there suddenly said, sorry, but I won't be going to the seventh heaven with you guys. Me too. Another voice followed. Everyone there turned to look at the two individuals who had just spoken. It was Lan Ying and Shi Meili. As Yuan's servant, I am obligated to follow him. Lan Ying said. Shi Meili then spoke, I left the ancient dragon city to explore the world with Yuan. Although my prowess has improved significantly during the last 3 years, and I would surely become even stronger if I continued training in the seventh heaven, that is not my priority right now. Thank you for training me, but I will be staying with Yuan. Lan Ying and Shi Meili bowed to Kelan, who nodded with an understanding smile. Since you're both divine beasts, what I can teach you is very limited, and you're probably better off traversing the world with Yuan, he said. Kelan turned to look at the other and said, well, set off to the seventh heaven in a few weeks. I'll leave for a bit to contact Overlord Bai and Celestial Overlord Su now. Kelan disappeared shortly after. Once they were alone, Yuan said to them, by the way, I have one more surprise for you guys. Feng, you can come out now. What? Shi Meili's eyes widened after hearing her name. Feng Yuxiang appeared the next moment with a bright smile on her face. It's been a while, everyone. Feng. You're back. Shi Meili almost cried tears of happiness after seeing that Feng Yuxiang had managed to survive. Feng Yuxiang noticed Shi Meili staring at her and smiled, I'm glad to see that you're also fine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1735 Growing Stronger Without Doing Anything. Chapter 1735 Growing Stronger Without Doing Anything. Sorry if I made you guys worry. As you can see, I am perfectly alive and healthy. Moreover, I've come back even stronger. Feng Yuxiang spoke with a prideful manner, her nose pointed toward the sky. Now that you mention it, your appearance and presence is different from before. How did you grow stronger while in such a state? Shi Meili asked with raised eyebrows. While most beings experience exponential growth after near-death experiences, Feng Yuxiang's situation was different. A lot has happened, but I learned about my past life as a primordial phoenix, and now that my curse has been lifted, my sealed cultivation, bloodline, and talents will gradually return to me, especially once I remember my past lives' experience. I will essentially become stronger without needing to do anything. What? Growing stronger without doing anything? How envious. Liuxiang sighed. Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat and said, in case you forgot, I was already a powerful phoenix before my bloodline was sealed, so it's not like my strength appears from thin air. By the way, where's Xiao? Lan Ying asked when she noticed her absence. Oh, she's... Yuan began explaining Xiaohua's situation to them. 2 souls, in a single soul? Such a thing is possible? Everyone was shocked by the information and the perplexing situation. At least she's not in any immediate danger, Xiao said. Yuan nodded. Yes, she's doing fine now, but we cannot be certain she'll remain like this forever. So what are you going to do now? Wang Xiuying asked him. Once you guys leave for the seventh heaven, I will figure out how to ascend without alerting the Celestial Emperor. I also need to ask Tian'er some questions, so I'll visit the stairway to heaven. There's also Dong Yi. He can traverse between the 9 heavens without alerting anyone, so there has to be a way. The first person that came to mind when he thought about ascending the 9 heavens in secrecy was Dong Yi, who has been successfully evading the Celestial Emperor since the Evil Gods era. Forget about that for now. I have an even more important question, Liuxiang suddenly said. How often should we meet each other? That's hard to say and probably not something we can make a schedule around. However, I will try to meet with you guys whenever I can, said Yuan. Oh, right, I have another surprise for all of you. Another one? How many surprises do you have? Wang Ming exclaimed. Yuan cleared his throat and said, You can show yourself now, Yingzi. What? Yingzi? The Demon Sealing faction instantly recognized this familiar name. The next moment, a shadowy silhouette appeared from Yuan's shadow. That's Yingzi. She looks so different. Wang Bingbing said. Ah, she changed her appearance right before we returned to the Primal Expanse, Yuan explained. Hello, everyone. I didn't think I would be able to see you all again. Yingzi greeted them with a slight head nod. What a striking appearance. You could easily be mistaken as a ghost in the dark. Liuxiang commented. Wait, so you're following Yuan now? Lang asked. She nodded, for now, because he plans on returning to the Primal Expanse in the future, and I have the ability to take him back. I am also interested in your world. How do you feel now? Will you be fine without chaotic essence? Yuan asked her. Yingzi nodded and said, Just like when I visited your world, I don't have any issues living here. However, if I use my powers, I won't be able to replenish them, so I will only grow weaker as I use my powers. What kind of beast are you? She merely asked in a curious voice. I'm a shadow dweller, she said. Shadow dweller. She merely found this name familiar for some reason. Then she recalled the chronicles of the immortal monarch, mentioning that one of the 9 divine supremes was a shadow dweller. A shadow dweller, Feng Yuxiang, who is a phoenix, Lan Yingying, who is a serpent, and myself, who is a dragon. What a terrifying coincidence, or is this fate? She merely swallowed nervously after noticing that Yuan had a following that was nearly identical to the immortal monarch's 9 divine supremes. After chatting for a little, Yingzi returned to Yuan's shadow. Feng Yuxiang also returned to Yuan's dantian after saying, Perhaps it's due to my body trying to adapt to my bloodline's awakening, but I feel more exhausted than usual despite not doing anything. I'll go take a nap. See you guys later. Lan Yingying stepped forward next and said, It's been a while since I have done this. She proceeded to turn into a snake before wrapping herself around Yuan's wrist, turning into a bracelet. How envious. I also want to rest inside his body. She merely sighed inwardly, and she started contemplating forming a contract with Yuan just so she could rest inside him like the others. We have some time before Kelan returns, so why don't I tell you guys about my adventure inside the Primal Expanse? Yuan said. Please do. They exclaimed excitedly. They found a nearby floating pavilion and sat around Yuan like a group of children during story time. Yuan recalled his experience inside the Primal Expanse from the moment of his arrival. Meanwhile, Kelan met with Senior Bai and Su Jiechi inside the Celestial Overlord's headquarters. Since the place was located inside a secluded world within its own dimension, members of the Celestial Overlords were able to access it from anywhere in the 9 heavens. What's going on, Kelan? Why did you summon us? Celestial Overlord Qing should be arriving in the 4th heaven soon. Senior Bai inquired. Kelan scratched his head, looking perplexed as he pondered how he should reveal the news to them. Just spit it out already. Su Jiechi urged him with a slight frown. Kelan's body trembled, and he hastily responded, Yuan has returned from the Primal Expanse, and he turned out to be the mysterious man from the upper heavens. What? Their eyes widened with disbelief. Chapter 1736 Internal Strife. Chapter 1736 Internal Strife. Wait a second. Repeat that, and speak slower this time. Senior Bai said, doubting his hearing just now. Kelan cleared his throat and repeated in a slow and clear voice, Yuan has returned from the Primal Expanse, and the mysterious monster surnamed Xiao I wanted you to recruit turned out to be Yuan in disguise. I just found this out. Yuan is back from the Primal Expanse. Su Jieqi muttered in a dazed voice. You fool. How could you put Yuan's existence in the spotlight when we've been trying to keep him hidden for as long as possible? Senior Bai began lecturing him after comprehending the situation. Now, the majority of the upper ranks and even 2 celestial overlords are aware of him. But you were the one who revealed this information to them. I only wanted you to speak with celestial overlord Su. Kelan said. Senior Bai fell silent. He wanted to rebuke Kelan, but he found himself unable to do so, as had realized his own mistake. What should we do now, Lady Su? It'll only be a matter of time before the rest of the faction is aware of Yuan's existence. The other groups will definitely try to covet him. Senior Bai looked at Su Jieqi. I think we can still keep his existence hidden. After all, nobody but the 3 of us are aware of the truth. We can just have Yuan continue his disguise for the time being. Kelan said. Su Jieqi nodded, that's a good idea. However, he's still part of our faction, which poses some risks and problems. In fact, Kelan could have figured out Yuan's identity if he'd tried to locate Yuan since he has access to the location of all members with a lower rank. However, since he didn't know Yuan had left the Primal Expanse, he had no reason to try to locate Yuan or suspect his disguise, something that had to be done manually. Another way of exposing Yuan would be to use an identifying talisman, which will automatically glow if they are near a member of the faction. Commanders like Kelan and those of higher rank possess the ability to forcefully reveal a member's rank. However, since no one would suspect that Yuan is already part of the celestial overlords, the likelihood of this happening remains low. What if we temporarily remove him from the faction? Kelan suddenly suggested. Senior Bai and Su Jieqi frowned at his outrageous suggestion. Why are you looking at me like that? You trust him, right? In that case, you don't really have to worry about him going off to another faction. Kelan's suggestion was logical and would definitely work. However, Su Jieqi didn't like the idea of removing Yuan from the faction, as it reset his progress and contributions to the faction. In other words, Yuan would have to start from the lowest rank when he rejoins the faction in the future. If you're worried about his rank, well, there's not much we can really do about that. However, it's probably still better than exposing his existence to the faction, which will definitely stir the already unstable hornet's nest. Su Jieqi clenched her fists. She wanted to keep Yuan a secret from the rest of the faction until he was strong enough or she had enough control of the faction. If the others find out about Yuan, they will definitely fight over him, especially that madman. I have to avoid this at all costs since it will, without a doubt, give the celestial overlords a good reason to divide the faction finally. The celestial overlords may seem perfect in the eyes of outsiders, but there was a serious power struggle within the upper ranks, with each celestial overlord trying to gain more authority and control over the other. While he may lose his progress, we can still give him special promotions. Senior Bai suddenly said. He's only a general right now, and Kelan has the authority to promote an apprentice to a warrior, even captain. I can promote him to general, and if needed, Lady Su could promote him even further. I thought we cannot give out special promotions willy-nilly? Kelan said. No, but there are ways around that. We can discuss that in the future. Senior Bai said. All right. Let's remove Yuan from the faction temporarily for his safety and the stability of our faction. Su Jieqi eventually made a decision. There's another issue, but you will have to hear it from Yuan. Kelan then said. Why can't you tell us here? Su Jieqi frowned. Because you probably won't believe me, and Yuan requested this himself. Kelan shrugged. Fine. He's in the myriad of techniques right now, right? Indeed. You can return first. Senior Bai said. Yes. Kelan bowed to them before leaving. I hope he won't hold a grudge for removing him, even if it's only temporary. Su Jieqi sighed. Yuan isn't that kind of person. He'll surely understand why it must be done. Senior Bai said. Kelan returned to the myriad of techniques sometime later. Where's Senior Bai and Miss Su? Yuan asked Kelan when he returned. They'll be coming later. While we wait for them, I need to talk to you for a moment. Kelan looked at him with a serious expression. What happened? Kelan proceeded to explain the situation and that they had decided to temporarily remove him from the faction. Miss Su is worried that my existence might start a war in the faction and divide them, so she'd been keeping my existence a secret this entire time? Yuan was dumbfounded after hearing this information. Kelan sighed and explained, you will eventually learn about this, so I might as well tell you now. Our situation isn't as good as it appears from the outside. Due to the other celestial overlords' ambitions, the faction has been split into 4 different groups, and we have internal fights almost daily. For the record, I am on celestial overlords' side, and you're technically also on our side since she personally recruited you. Divided into 4 groups? Internal fights? Ambitions? What the hell is happening to my faction? Yuan muttered in a dazed voice. Your faction? Kelan raised an eyebrow at his weird phrasing. Chapter 1737 Fateful Reincarnation. Chapter 1737 Fateful Reincarnation HM? Is that what I said? Yuan casually shrugged it off and continued, anyway, I understand the situation, and I don't blame Miss Su for her decision. You can tell her that yourself when she arrives in a bit. Also, you have to tell her about your situation with the Celestial Emperor, said Kelan. Yuan nodded, I will. Sometime later, a rift appeared in the world, and 2 individuals emerged from it. It was Senior Bai and Su Jieqi. Senior Bai and Su Jieqi's eyebrows twitched when they sensed Yuan's powerful presence despite his efforts to suppress it. Just what did he experience in the Primal Expanse to grow so much in just 3 years? Senior Bai swallowed nervously. Meanwhile, Su Jieqi was fixated on Yuan's face the moment she saw it. While she was surprised by his growth, she was even more shocked by something else. In the 3 years since Su Jieqi had last seen Yuan, he had grown noticeably more mature and handsome. Most striking, however, was that he now bore an uncanny resemblance to the founder of the Celestial Overlords, a similarity that was impossible to ignore. Although Su Jieqi had also noticed this before, she subconsciously ignored it, pretended like it was only her imagination. However, she could no longer ignore their resemblance. Father. Su Jieqi muttered in a low voice, her eyes trembling with emotion. What? Senior Bai turned to look at her with raised eyebrows after hearing her mumbling. Sorry for making you guys worry, but as you can see, I have returned, Yuan said to them. However, Su Jieqi acted like she didn't hear Yuan and approached him in a dazed manner. She placed a hand on his face and stared at it with intense concentration. See Celestial Overlord Su. Kelan tried calling out to her, but she ignored him. Heaven refining physique, your uncanny resemblance to him. Su Jieqi mumbled inwardly with a profound expression on her face, almost as if she'd realized something. Without looking away from Yuan, she suddenly said, leave us alone for a moment. Yes. Noticing her serious tone, Senior Bai and Kelan didn't question her request and immediately left them alone. Even after they left, Su Jieqi proceeded to envelop Yuan and herself in a concealment formation and a sound-blocking formation. What's the matter, Miss Su? Yuan asked her after seeing her actions. Do you believe in reincarnation? Su Jieqi suddenly asked with a solemn face. Yes, I do. What do you know about reincarnation? She then asked. As long as their soul is preserved, everyone who dies will eventually reincarnate, but they won't retain the memories of their past life. Yuan gave a brief explanation. That is the basics of reincarnation, but did you know that those with a powerful fate could reincarnate into someone who closely resembles their previous life? Some even regain fragments of memories and talents from those lives. Su Jieqi revealed. For example, once a sword immortal with a powerful fate for the sword perishes, there is a good chance their second life is also fated to walk the path of the sword, becoming a sword immortal again. We call this phenomenon fateful reincarnation, and the people who have experienced this fateful reincarnation are called true reincarnators. Fateful reincarnation. Yuan mumbled. Don't be surprised to hear what I am about to say, but I believe you are a true reincarnator who has experienced fateful reincarnation, and you were the founder of the celestial overlords in your previous life. Su Jieqi suddenly said, unaware that Shed perfectly struck the nail on its head. Before Yuan could even say anything, she continued, the founder of the celestial overlords also had the heaven-refining physique, and your resemblance is uncanny. I'd be willing to wager my life that you're the founder's reincarnation. Yuan couldn't say anything, as he was absolutely bewildered that someone had actually managed to come to this conclusion. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke, even if what you say is true. What should I do? Su Jieqi pondered for a moment before responding, just continue doing what you normally do. Since you are a true reincarnator, your future has already been prophesied, and your path has already been determined. While there is a chance that your future might change, it can only be affected by those who are aware of your identity as a true reincarnator, hence why you must not reveal this information to anyone, not even to Kelan or Overlord Bai. Do you understand me? I understand. Yuan nodded in a dazed manner. True reincarnators are an exceptionally rare existence, and they typically only appear in the ninth heaven, where some of the most powerful individuals with powerful fates exist, hence why almost nobody is aware of their existence in the lower heavens. Thank the heavens you've returned to us in our time of need. I can finally breathe properly for once. Su Jieqi released a deep and profound sigh. Nobody but Su Jieqi herself could understand the waves of emotions affecting her heart at this moment, but Shed managed to control herself and maintain her dignified demeanor. Yet, she was unable to prevent tears from forming in her eyes, causing her sight to become blurry. Yuan wondered if he should just tell Su Jieqi that had already begun recalling Tian Ying's memories but decided to wait until he had enough memories before doing so. She's already convinced that I am Tian Ying's reincarnation, so there's no point telling her. Once I regain enough of Tian Ying's memories, I'll have a proper conversation with her. Sometime later, once Su Jieqi had full control again, she spoke, I assume Kelan had told you about our situation before we showed up. Yuan nodded, yes, he told me about the celestial overlord's internal strife and how the faction is essentially divided into 4 different factions. Indeed. Now that I've confirmed you to be our founder's reincarnation, we definitely cannot allow the others to realize your existence, or things will get messy really fast, and they will definitely hunt you down before you can regain your memories or affect the faction. Su Jieqi spoke in a solemn voice. But worry not. I will protect you even at the cost of my life, just as you'd done for me in the past. A slight smile appeared on Su Jieqi's face. Chapter 1738 Removed from the Celestial Overlords. Chapter 1738 Removed from the Celestial Overlords, and once you become a true immortal, I will help you regain your previous position in the Celestial Overlords. Su Jieqi said. Originally, she planned on uniting the Celestial Overlords by herself, but with Yuan's fateful reincarnation, she tossed all of her initial plans down the drain to help Yuan ascend the Celestial Overlords. She was confident that Yuan had reincarnated to help the Celestial Overlords. Sometime later, Su Jieqi retrieved Yuan's Celestial Overlord symbol and rank, essentially removing him from the faction. Don't worry, the ranks are meaningless to you, who will ascend beyond the Celestial Overlords in the future. Su Jieqi said to him. I am not worried, nor do I blame you for making this decision. As a matter of fact, I was going to ask you to temporarily remove me from the faction because of a certain incident. What incident? Is this related to why Kelan asked me to speak with you? Su Jieqi frowned. Yuan nodded and said, you understand the existence of people like me, players, right? She nodded, of course. Then are you aware that we require the system to visit the 9 heavens? I don't have a full understanding of the system since we natives of the 9 heavens don't have anything like that, but I know it's something that assists the people from your world, these players in the 9 heavens. Yes, that's the gist of it. Anyway, without the system, we players cannot travel to the 9 heavens with our souls, and the Celestial Emperor has control of that system. After a slight pause, he continued, the Celestial Emperor has blocked my access to the system, meaning I can no longer enter the 9 heavens. He what? Su Zheqi roared as killing intent exploded from her being. Let me finish. Yuan hastily continued, however, due to a miracle, I was able to remain in the 9 heavens, but I am no longer able to log off, return to my world. I am basically stuck in the 9 heavens as a piece of my soul until I reach the 7th heaven and visit the Dragon Spiral Mountain there. Do you know why the Celestial Emperor acted against you? Su Zheqi asked. If not, I will go to the Celestial Emperor and demand an answer even if I must be forceful. Please don't. And it most likely has something to do with my fateful reincarnation. Wait. Su Zheqi's face suddenly became contemplative. Now that I think about it, while Father would occasionally assist the Celestial Emperor with the faction, he never personally assisted the Celestial Emperor. He even refused to be associated with the Celestial Emperor to remain a neutral faction. Su Zheqi began recalling the finer details of her memories with Xianxia, who would never smile while in the presence of the Celestial Emperor despite always smiling everywhere else. Did Father have some sort of grievance with the Celestial Emperor? Su Zheqi wondered inwardly. Did the Celestial Emperor have something to do with Father's disappearance, death? If you speak to the Celestial Emperor, he would realize that I am still in the 9 heavens, and there is also the possibility that he has people in the Celestial Overlords working for him, Yuan said. If you put it like that, I agree we shouldn't let the Celestial Emperor know. But will you be fine? He nodded with a calm smile, I will be fine. I just need to reach the 7th heaven without alerting the Celestial Emperor. In any case, the Celestial Overlord situation isn't good, so you should avoid confronting the Celestial Emperor for the time being. Alright, I will try my best to not affect your fate since I am no aware of your fateful reincarnation, but if I sense that you are in danger, I will act, regardless of our opponent's identity or the costs. Su Zheqi said with a stern look on her face. Thank you. Yuan nodded with a warm smile. By the way, how should I deal with the Celestial Overlord coming to recruit me? Do as you wish, but try to refuse without offending her. While she may belong to a different group, her group and my group are quite friendly toward each other, unlike the other 2 Celestial Overlords. Su Zheqi explained. If possible, I would like to get her on our side, which will help us in taking care of the rats. Yuan nodded, I understand. I will try my best. Su Zheqi suddenly lunged forward and embraced Yuan, pressing her soft breasts against his chest. They were so close that Yuan could feel her heartbeat. Miss Su. Call me Zheqi when we are alone, she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Alright, Zheqi. Yuan returned her embrace. He could feel her body trembling slightly at his touch. After remaining in that position for several moments, Su Zheqi released him and deactivated the formations. You guys can come back, she said out loud. Kelan and Senior Bai instantly appeared before them. I have temporarily removed Yuan from the faction, so nobody in the faction, excluding the 3 of us, knows of his relationship with us. I shouldn't need to say this, but if this information is leaked. Su Zheqi glared at Kelan as a warning to him. While she didn't think Kelan would betray them, she knew he had a big mouth and would occasionally say things he shouldn't or didn't mean to. Don't worry, Celestial Overlord Su. You can rest assured that I won't utter about Yuan to anyone. I am really sorry things have escalated to this point, Yuan. I know you don't blame us, but I still want to offer my sincere apology. Senior Bai said to him. We will definitely help you regain your rank once you return. Yuan chuckled and joked, my rank will mean nothing if the faction goes to shit because of me. What are you going to do now that you're back in the 9 heavens? Senior Bai then asked. I will ascend, he responded with determination. Chapter 1739 Celestial Overlord Qiang. Chapter 1739 Celestial Overlord Qiang. Celestial Overlord Su. I am going to bring his friends to my sect in the 7th heaven, and I am going to train them until Yuan makes his way there, Kelan said to Su Jiechi after Yuan's matter was settled. She nodded, I understand. I will help you with the arrangements. Kelan bowed to her, thank you. With someone powerful like Su Jiechi helping him, their process would speed up greatly. You will have about a week left with them, Kelan said to Yuan afterward. Senior Bai made a gesture with his hands. Moments later, a floating island with a large house approached them from a distance at the speed of sound, stopping right before them. You can use this place as you wish until then, he said. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Upon closer inspection, there was a beautiful still pond and even a training ground on the island. Then I will leave now to deal with your friends' matters. Don't forget about what we talked about. Su Jiechi said to Yuan. He nodded, I won't. Once Su Jiechi and the others left, the Demons Sealing faction gathered on the island. There, each member recalled their training experience with Kelan. Li Jinxi appeared at the myriad of techniques once her death cooldown ended. You're really cruel, you know that? Li Jinxi greeted Yuan with a frown on her face. Li Jinxi had been told of Yuan's situation by Xiao earlier. When she first learned that the man from the upper heavens shed loss to was actually Yuan, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I am truly sorry for killing you. It was an accident. Yuan apologized to her with a sincere bow. Li Jinxi sighed, I know, but that also means I was below your expectations, right? Li Jinxi clenched her fist in anger. The thing that frustrated her the most wasn't her defeat but realizing that despite all of her hard work, she was still miles behind Yuan, and there was a good chance the gap between them had even widened. And to think I thought that I was actually catching up. How laughable, she sighed inwardly, feeling dejected. Seeing her expression, Yuan smiled and said, You have surpassed my expectations in terms of growth, and you will become stronger at an even faster rate once you train in the upper heavens, where the resources are much more abundant. Let's postpone our real match with each other until then. Li Jinxi nodded with a resolute face. A few days later, Kelan returned to the myriad of techniques and said to Yuan, Celestial Overlord Qing will arrive in the 4th heaven in a few hours. I have prepared a place for the two of you. All right. Take me there. Yuan retrieved his mask and wore it before leaving the myriad of techniques with Kelan. Sometime later, as they arrived at their destination, Yuan raised an eyebrow at the unexpected location. This is a wine restaurant? Yuan muttered as he saw the store. Celestial Overlord Qing is a wine enthusiast. She will be able to cope with your rejection much better here, said Kelan. I see. Yuan didn't say much and entered the restaurant with Kelan. It was completely empty inside, as Kelan had reserved the entire place for the entire day. Once inside, they sat at the lone table in the middle of the empty room. There were 2 chairs, indicating that Kelan had no plans of being there for the recruitment. I'll be waiting outside, Kelan said. So you really have no plan on participating? Yuan asked. He shook his head and sighed, I have no place to participate. Not only am I a mere commander, but Celestial Overlord Qiang is from a different group. My only job was to make sure you would be present before her arrival. Good luck, and don't mess it up. How could I mess it up? Yuan raised an eyebrow. How would I know? You're as unpredictable as fate. Kelan shrugged before walking outside to wait for Celestial Overlord Qiang's arrival. Half an hour later, Kelan noticed a figure descending from the sky, landing before him. Commander Kelan greets Celestial Overlord Qiang. Kelan respectfully bowed to the beautiful young lady standing before him. Celestial Overlord Qiang was a graceful young lady who appeared to be at the end of her adolescent years. She had an elegant presence, as if brought up in a prestigious and noble family. She was someone who could easily be mistaken as an innocent young lady who had been spoiled her entire life. Celestial Overlord Qiang acknowledged Kelan with a slight nod before turning to look inside the restaurant. An excited smile appeared on her face as she spoke, even though I am still outside, I can feel his tyrannical presence. Looks like you weren't exaggerating about his existence. If anything, I think you underestimated him. Unable to contain her excitement, Celestial Overlord Qiang walked inside the restaurant. Kelan remained standing outside, acting like a guard. The moment Yuan laid eyes on Celestial Overlord Qiang, he instinctively wondered if she was lost, as she lacked any noticeable presence. Celestial Overlord Qiang walked to the table and gave him an elegant bow. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Qiang Qin, one of 4 Celestial Overlords. Yuan stood up and bowed back. The pleasure is mine, Senior Qiang. My surname is Xiao. Forgive me for not revealing my face or full name due to family circumstances. Qiang Qin calmly dismissed his worries with a slow head shake. It's okay. I am aware of your situation. Please, sit. She gestured at the chairs. Yuan nodded and sat back down. So she is Celestial Overlord Qiang, huh? She's completely different from Su Jieqi. If anything, she's the complete opposite. Yuan thought to himself as Qiang Qin sat down before him. I'm sure Kelan already mentioned this to you, but I would like to personally invite you to join the Celestial Overlords. Qiang Qin went straight to the topic after sitting down, leaving no room for small talk. Chapter 1740 Qiang Qin's Invitation. Chapter 1740 Qiang Qin's Invitation. This is a little sudden. Why do you wish to recruit me when you don't even know anything about me? Yuan asked. He didn't want to outright reject Qiang Qin's invitation without having a conversation, as it would be incredibly rude and somewhat suspicious. Moreover, he wanted to befriend her if possible, as it would benefit Su Jieqi and the Celestial Overlords. We can get to know you better as a member. The most important thing to me right now is your potential, and from what I have heard, you're very gifted, enough to shock Kelan, who has seen all sorts of geniuses. As for myself, I can tell from a glance that you hold extraordinary prowess inside your body, even though you are trying to hide it. If I don't hide it, I won't be able to go outside without terrifying those around me. Yuan shrugged. I know how you feel. Anyway, what is your answer? Qiang Qin asked, seemingly impatient for an answer. Honestly, while I have heard of the Celestial Overlords, I don't know much about them. Moreover, due to my family's circumstances, I will need special permission before I can associate myself with any organization. In that case, do you think I can have a word with your family? I will do my best to convince them to allow you to join our faction. Sorry, but my family prohibits sharing any information about them to outsiders, and that will continue even when I join the faction. If that is a deal-breaker, I'm afraid I will have to reject your invitation. No, that is perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, we have plenty of members who come from hidden families, so we are very familiar with your boundaries. Then what do you expect from me once I join? Yuan asked. Not much, honestly. You are pretty much free to do as you please, and we only ask that you prioritize the faction when we need your help for something. Though, you are required to earn a certain amount of good karma every year. It's not much and won't take much of your time unless you wish to ascend the ranks. Furthermore, given your potential, I could even personally train you if you want. If I don't have what it takes, I know people who do. That's quite a generous offer, Senior Qiang. I thought it was difficult to get into the Celestial Overlords. Qiang Qin chuckled and said, It is. I am only giving you special attention because of your potential. I also need your power in the future. Oh. Can you elaborate on that? Yuan's interest was piqued. I shouldn't say this since you're not a member yet, but I also don't want you to feel like I tricked you. In any case, the Celestial Overlords are in a tough situation right now due to internal struggle between members, mostly those at the top of the ranking. Every Celestial Overlord has their own factions and are trying to take control of the entire faction. I need your power to defeat the others. I see. I appreciate you telling such sensitive information to a stranger like me, and I would like to ask, what do you plan on doing if you win? Yuan asked. You won't be a stranger if you join the faction, she chuckled before continuing, anyway, to answer your question. After a slight pause, she spoke with an awkward smile, honestly, I haven't thought that far yet. Yuan was speechless. You probably think I am unreliable or irresponsible, but I can assure you that I am not like that. Right now, I am merely entirely focused on ensuring the other celestial overlords don't win, as that could spell the end for the faction. The other celestial overlords? Why would the faction collapse if they win? They only care about power and authority. People like them will run any organization to the ground when given uncontested authority. I joined the celestial overlords because they saved my life in the past, and I will do anything to protect the faction. Is that so? Are the other celestial overlords that bad? I never knew. Yuan went along with her to see if she was telling the truth or just wanted his assistance. Besides celestial overlord Su, the other two are definitely bad apples. One is hungry for power, and the other is desperate for authority. As for celestial overlord Su, I don't know about her. She's a very distant and cold individual. She won't speak unless necessary. However, that doesn't necessarily mean she's a bad person. I don't get a bad vibe from her. Perhaps that's why I don't dislike her. Yuan appeared sincere when discussing her feelings for the celestial overlords, and her perspective on Su Jieqi aligned perfectly with what Su Jieqi herself had mentioned. Realizing this, Yuan's initial decision to reject her invitation suddenly began to change. If I join her group, I will not only be able to determine whether her feelings are real or fake, but I can even make moves within the celestial overlords without affecting Su Jieqi and her faction. Moreover, if Yuan turns out to be genuinely concerned for the faction, I can bring her to our side. Yuan decided to accept Yuan's invitation, but he didn't hastily accept it just yet. I understand the celestial overlord situation, as well as Senior Chang's goals, but what can I do to help? He asked. Well, you just need to focus on growing stronger for now since you are still too weak to do anything. If you need help, I, as well as those from my group, will do everything in our power to assist you. After all, it's been a very long time since we've had someone as talented as you join us, and whenever someone highly talented joins, it's typically Celestial Overlord Su who recruited them. Yuan sighed towards the end. All right. Can you give me a few days to contact my family before I give you an answer? Yuan said. Of course. Take as much time as you need. Yuan's face brightened after hearing his positive response. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.